Needs to be.
I'll say who's doing the next.
Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? Good morning, Councillor Brown. I can see you there. Can you hear us okay? Good morning. Morena tātou. No mai haere mai, welcome to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee for the 4th of October 2023. Thank you to our visitors from Bay of Plenty Regional Council with us here today. Thank you for those that are watching us via live stream. This meeting has been recorded. Can everyone turn their phones on silent, please, so we don't have any interruptions during our meeting? And we plan to take a break around 11 a.m. and then potentially we'll have another break later on, depending how the meeting goes, around 1 o'clock, but we'll take that as it comes. I'd just like to ask Councillor Maxwell, please, to start us with a karakia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just before I do our karakia, I'll just do a brief mihi to our colleagues, our friends from Plenty Regional Council. Ke te mihi au ki a koutou, a te taru me o hoa, o te kauni head of Plenty Regional Council, and taku hoa Kevin, ke te mihi au ki a koe e moko puna tuarua I nāia nei ko te ingoa kahukura. Tino whai tērā ke te mihi au ki a koe. Tēnā koe tau katoa. He ine o tātou, e te atu whakatū whera mai ki a mātou ngā kuaha o te tika, o te polo, o te māramatanga I tēnei wāinga wākatoa. Ko ihu karaiti hoki tō mātou kai whakaora. Amen. May the grace of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and evermore. Amen. Kia ora, Madam Chair.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. I would now like to ask for apologies for this meeting. We have one from Councillor Lee. We also have an apology for lateness from Councillor Kai Fong. She'll be joining us shortly. She's just had a family incident to deal with. And also Councillor Kiriopa is apology for lateness as well. She will be joining us later. I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder that the apologies from Councillor Lee, Kiriopa and Councillor Kai Fong be accepted. Me Tapsell and Councillor O'Brien. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest today? There appear to be none. Next on the agenda is urgent items. Are there any urgent items for the meeting today? Yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your indulgence, I wonder if this would be the opportunity, since we couldn't put it on the agenda since events late last week about the Okataina closing. With your permission, I have some questions which I'd like to ask. I'm happy for either now or later, whatever's to fit in with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Probably best to handle that in the progress report with Stavros, and perhaps even Mayor Tapsell can add some comments then. Is that suitable?
Fine with me. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other urgent items, we will move on to the confirmation of minutes, please. Item 4.1, that's page 6 on your agenda, is the minutes of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting held on the 6th of September. I'd ask for a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee on the 6th of September be confirmed as a true and correct record. Mayor Tapsell and Councillor Patterson. Are there any changes to the minutes? In that case, I will put that to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. And item 4.2 is actually more minutes. This one is for the extraordinary meeting of the Infrastructure Committee. I'd like a mover and a seconder, please, for that the minutes of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee extraordinary meeting held on the 13th of September be confirmed as a true and correct record, please. Can I have a mover? Mayor Tapsell and Councillor O'Brien, thank you. Any changes to those minutes? Seems that they are all well and good. I'll put that motion to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll move on to page 5 of our agenda, page 14 of our agenda, which is a presentation from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. And I'd like to welcome the members today, Chair Doug Leader, thank you for coming, Councillor Winters and Councillor White, Councillor Thurston. We have staff members here too. We have Ruben Fraser, who's the Manager of the Regulatory Services, and Namuta Potasi, the General Manager of Strategy and Science. Nice to see you all here today, and I'll hand over to you. We've sort of allowed about 15 minutes for the presentation and hopefully around 15 minutes of questions. So I'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you, Chair Barker, for those introductory comments, and you've skipped through the first couple of slides that I was going to do, which were introductions. You very capably know the local people here, and you're right in terms of the roles that Namuta and Ruben fill in terms of the organisation. Look, we're going to do a tag team thing here today, so what we wanted to do was just give you a quick snapshot of our annual plan, and firstly, could I acknowledge Your Worship the Mayor, Morena. Want to give you a quick snapshot of our annual plan 23-24, as well as our LTP, which you people are going through as well. So essentially, in terms of our annual plan, I won't use the word austerity in terms of where we're going to with our LTP, but it's fair to say that the councillors are being asked to look very hard at the budgets that we produce in terms of year one of the LTP and the following years. This is essentially as a result of the council. In past, you'll see there that for the annual plan, we had a general rate rise of 5%. Adjust that, on top of that, you've got inflation running at about 7%. So you can see the annual percentage there is not insignificant. That's a significant figure. And as we move into the LTP, we're endeavouring to trim expenditure in areas that we all possibly can. So the challenge in front of councillors is to focus and say, what do we have to do as the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, as opposed to some of the very nice things that we've probably done in the past. And you'll see the comment up there that in the past we have used funds in our reserve fund, and some of my colleagues will comment on that. The other notable thing here, which I know ratepayers probably don't realise, but now they're getting their own rate demand, they might. The figure up there of $305 per property, and this is just for Rotorua because it's different based on the land value, but that's a credit that the council pays or offers. Don't offer, we actually discount the rates to what they would have otherwise have been from the investments that we've got through our CCO, Quayside Holdings. So it's substantial across the region, and to maintain that sort of figure with the growth in the region, not just in Rotorua here, but in the Western Bay in particular, Quayside Holdings is going to have to hit its straps in terms of the investment portfolio that it's got to keep that sort of nominal value of money in front of ratepayers. So with those comments, I will hand over to my colleague, Mr Thurston.
Kia ora tātou, I rangatira mai kui mai koroma tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. And talo whalawa to my good friend here, Namuta. What's in the annual plan? Just a couple of very quick highlights. This is going to sound very much like the last race at Wingatui with 15 minutes, so we're going to have to go real fast, guys.
We'll make allowances.
So just two region-wide highlights. First is our joint initiative around spatial planning and the future development strategy, which is another classic example of great collaboration between the Regional Council and the Rotorua Lakes Council. And I commend my own colleagues and also the colleagues from Rotorua Lakes Council who are participating in that process. we all know there's a lot of interest in this town around buses. Bus fares for youths, as you can see, children under 18 years will travel free, and under 25s they get 50% off. And we're extending the central government's age-based public transport discounts to include free travel to 18-year-olds and other regions, and free fares finish at 13 years old. So that's a major initiative that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council has taken on to increase more multimodal participation and extend access to public transport for the disadvantaged, and travel disadvantaged. So with that, I will come back to you later, but I will now quickly pass over to my colleague on my right, Te Taru, who will talk to you about region-wide initiatives in the annual plan.
Yeah, well, in terms of the regional-wide initiatives, in terms of the spatial plan, this is one that I was going to talk about. Lila, was going to be you. Doug, you want to do this one? That's the one there. It's the blue carbon one.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Investigating the potential of blue carbon. Now, one of the things we know about carbon sequestration at exotic forests have been on the radar on the map. And one of the things that we're exploring is the value of blue carbon associated with wetlands. And one of the exemplars that we've got is we've got a project working out of at Waihi, the Wahapu estuary, and we've purchased 30 hectares of wetland, and we're actually from being a dairy farm, and we're actually planting it and then monitoring using an international company that is experienced in measuring blue carbon to see about what the sequestration will be with wetland carbon sequestration versus those that are dairy farming. And so it offers an opportunity for alternative land use and contributing to the environmental settings. So that's something we're doing, and the whole issue of extending salt marsh and wetland planting and creating a mosaic of wetlands is what we're looking to achieve as part of the Wahapu Estuary Initiative as an exemplar, because you need to see things moving on the ground in order to be able to give some recognition to it, as mobilising the effort and seeing it in practice. In terms of the last piece there about boating education and resources, well, it's well known that Māori are relatively high in the statistics of boat disasters, and it's not surprising. I've seen some of my whanaunga going out in an aluminium boat with about 4 or 5 of them in it with no life jackets, and they won't listen. So this is an education program that can hopefully improve the damming statistics in terms of water safety. So we're initiating that as well.
And I think it's worth noting that whilst the comments have been made about the blue carbon initiative, it has not been agreed with the Crown or the policymakers in Wellington that blue carbon should be a contribution to the ETS. That's work in progress. So we're trying to get ahead of the wave here, but it's not a policy position from the central agency at the moment.
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Councillor Barker, for allowing us to be here to talk about our annual plan and long-term plan. So my comments this morning relate to our freshwater management. This is a huge piece of work for us, and hopefully by July next year we'll have a draft document going out for all our freshwater management units across the Bay. This is huge for us, and it's huge for your community in terms of getting your head around us as well. We've also got a Future Fit program on our website, and it just looks at people's carbon footprint, and it's really easy to use. I suggest you go on and have a look. Next one, please.
Oh, that's me. As you know, we've had an extensive refresh of the Rotorua bus network, and once again, I draw your attention to the collaboration between the Rotorua Lakes Council and the Regional Council, and your active participation in our Public Transport Committee at Regional Council. There's substantial money coming to this from Waka Kotahi, as we all know, and you're going to see a massive infrastructure upgrade in Rotorua pertaining to the refresh of the bus network. So happy to take more questions on that. A lot of that you will already be very familiar with, and what is proposed to get people onto buses in Rotorua. So Kevin, back to you, navigational safety, and you were going to touch on air quality.
Yep. Just in terms of navigation and safety, we are required under the Maritime Transport Act to operate this huge division and promote our bylaws and police our bylaws across the bay. So we are looking at reviewing our bylaws. Especially, we've done a lot of work previous, but over the summer there's going to be staff out talking to boaties, talking to people who use our lakes, rivers and streams about what are the issues on our waterways. A lot of the issues are coastal, but we know here in Rotorua on our 12 Te Aroha lakes, they are used widely. And I think over the weekend there were about 200 boats on Tarawera and 200 boats on Rotoiti, which causes real concerns. So we're reviewing our bylaws, and there'll be more about that just prior to Christmas. We spoke to you briefly about air quality last time, and just to let you know, we've put 50k into a fund for eligible homeowners who are really struggling with conversion kits. So those are grants to those properties. Can I have the next one, please? Water quality, Mayor Tapsell, this is very much to your heart as well through the strategy group, and we are continuing to look at programs, initiatives through the Rotorua Lakes strategy group in terms of the Te Aroha Lakes program. Alum dosing is continuing on Pūringa and Utahina Stream. And we're also doing some alum dosing, which we've stopped actually in Rotorua because it's so high and the plant's flooded. So, and so we're doing alum dosing on Okaro as well. We talked a bit about building wetlands. We're striking up partnerships with landowners to create wetlands on their property. And I think part of that 50 tonne, we're sitting at about 10 tonne at the moment that we've reduced through engineering solutions as part of that 50 tonne. There's one we're developing out on Pūringa catchment right now with the local landowner. Next one, please. The incentive scheme, you're all familiar with that. We think we can get to about 50 tonnes of the nitrogen buyback. We're sort of sitting at about 40 tonnes. We think we can get to 50 tonnes, but you know, it's struggling because it's a voluntary scheme. People don't like to sell nitrogen, and we're also delivering on that 140 tonne. That's part of the integrated framework as part of PC10. Continuing to do weed harvesting on Rotorua, even though it's high. And I know we've partnership with yourself in terms of weed harvesting when Lake Rotorua blows from the north and it ends up on the foreshore. And we're also supporting that low nitrogen land use trials across the region as well. You know that we're doing reconsenting all our existing lake surface structures. And I know I've got ahead of myself. Oh, the outlets, yep, on Rotomahana, Rotorua, Rotoiti and Ruwhakaitu. Those are critical for flood protection across those catchments, and we know that Rotomah and Rotorua don't have natural outfalls, and there's some whole lot of work going on with the tag team behind the scenes too. Wallabies, can't come here without talking about wallabies in our patch. The 12.5 kilometre fence, you've probably seen it out alongside State Highway 5. We've done about 10 kilometres. There's about 2 kilometres, Greg, that's left to be done next year because there was supposed to be a whole lot of trees felled in the Waka Forest by Timberlands, but all the contractors are down in Taupo at the moment harvesting for the windfall from Gabrielle. So that last 2 kilometres is not going to be done for another year. But, you know, it's working. That fence is already working because our staff have seen footprints on one side and no footprints on the other side. So we're containing these little rat bags into Waka Forest, and we're working very closely with iwi to make sure with our satellite populations as well. Interesting enough, we've got some really high-tech gear to shoot wallabies at night using infrared cameras and drones, and that's proving to be really worthwhile as well. Looking ahead, I think that's somebody else, isn't it?
So
It's myself. So this is essentially our LTP, same time frames as what you've got, so we really have to hit our straps here. So these are the high-level strategic directions. Sitting underneath these 5 strategies is a whole lot of work that we're developing at the moment. So, I mean, you won't argue with any of those, but it's the work streams underneath them that become really important. So in terms of the long-term plan there, because I know we're conscious of time here, Lyle or Titaru, are you picking this up?
Yeah. This particular one, looking at the Māori land and particularly engagement. Hello? Yep. In terms of engagement with the Māori owners, we know the challenges for the Māori land, and some engagement discussions are happening with them as we speak. And so the whole rates for emissions policy will form part of our long-term plan and consultation process. So we're in that space right now. It's a challenging space, as you know. Just on the matter of rates, you would have seen in an earlier slide that Quayside Holdings Limited provides from their dividend that they pay us, the $305 subsidies every year for every ratepayer in Rotorua. So, you know, we hope we can continue that type of thing as well.
The events of 2018 are well documented. Everyone in this room is familiar with that. If there's one word you'll hear me repeat many times today, it's collaboration. And this is an excellent example, yet again, of collaboration between our 2 respective entities. And I'd like to publicly acknowledge a couple of individuals, you, Stavros, for your leadership on behalf of RLC with regards to this, and also Heather Brake, a community representative on the Community Reference Group, who has been instrumental to keeping that community fully focused with regards the potential solutions and the impact on that particular community out at Nongataha. The landowners to the south of Western Road, as we all know, the AMP Association or Society, have agreed to an acceptable design for the southern bypass proposal, and once again I reference Heather Brake here for her leadership within the AMP, and also her leadership on behalf of her community out there at Nongataha. And as I said, the engineering staff from both councils have been working very, there's my word again, collaboratively to bring a positive solution, and pray God avoids the events of 2018 ever happening again in our community out at Nongataha. Kia ora. Oh, my God, he's my pet subject. Okay, as you all know in this room, we made a commitment of over $4 million at your request to assist with the fit-out of Te Whare Taonga o Te Arawa. And as you know, this fit-out is going towards things such as the National Memorial to the 28th Maori Battalion, which is enshrined in this community. So we just, as a regional council, have made that commitment, and we just urge you all in this room today to keep your passion and commitment to this program ongoing. It's a taonga that's respected worldwide, not only in this community, but we are blessed with having the responsibility of looking after it. With regards future funding, that is something that is to be scoped. Chairman, you may wish to comment on where that discussion's going at the moment. We get a lot of pressure from around the Bay of Plenty with regards funding infrastructure, and we know that you would like to put your hand up at some point for further funding for Te Whare Taonga o Te Arawa. So that is work in progress, but I won't mention the word collaborative again, but I would like you to remember 2 other words: maintain your passion and your commitment to this project and see it completed, please. Kia ora tātou.
So thank you, Chair Barker. That's a quick speed trip through both the annual plan and the LTP. So, Pātai.
Thank you very much for getting through all that so quickly, and I'll now throw the floor open to the councillors for questions. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, team. Great presentation, short and sweet, and I'll try and keep my questions the same. This is the first I've heard about the rates discount. That's quite something, $305 per ratepayer, per household. So does that mean that if that was taken away, that would be a fairly significant hike for most of our people.
You've got it in one. And the contribution that Quayside currently makes in terms of total quantum to the activities of the Regional Council is $45 million. So, per year.
That's
Okay, and we've got an expectation it'll increase every year. So it's a big figure, and it's really ramped up in, I think, the last decade. It was probably minimal, but when we're getting up to these figures, and our objective and the strategy with Quayside Holdings is essentially that it will become, well, hopefully, and it's at the decision of all the elected members, it will become an annuity on behalf of all the residents and ratepayers in the wider Bay of Plenty.
fantastic. I'm sure the people watching online would be very chuffed to hear that, because a lot of people have been complaining to me about, oh, why are our rates going up, etc. They don't know the story, that in fact it could be much higher if it wasn't for that.
And the other thing that it does do, it enables the council to participate and do works that otherwise we probably wouldn't do.
That's fantastic.
If I can add to that comment, you know, I'm on the Quayside board as a council representative along with two other colleagues. And, you know, Quayside is, the narrative of Quayside and the stories to be told, like the road subsidies, have not been out there, and yet they've been doing this for a number of years now, in the context of the distribution they give to our council. So there are a lot of good stories to come out of Quayside. We're very blessed to have Quayside there. And now the question is, how do we manage it through the headwinds that we're facing all around at the moment?
True.
And can I just finish off, Madam Chair, by saying to Councillor Patterson, because we are collecting our own rates now, there is a special line on everybody's rate demand that says this is the amount your rates are reduced from Quayside. It's in that rate demand on.
Fantastic. A lot of people wouldn't even know what Quayside is, so that's good to hear. The other one that stood out for me was the wetland and the sequestering of carbon using wetlands. I think you mentioned that it wasn't policy as yet. Is the science proven, or is this a test that you're doing?
So the answer to that is MFE, who are the agency that advised the Minister, are wanting to do more work in terms of the science. And until they come up with a proposal and justification for the blue carbon contribution to the ETS, we just got to wait.
So is that something that potentially down the track we could be doing here with our wetlands?
Yes.
Fantastic.
If I can add to that, the carbon sequestration idea and the working at Waihi, it's an international carbon company called Terra Carbon have come and have been doing this work overseas. So there's a lot of international information, but they want to prove it in New Zealand. So they backed by National Conservancy, which is a big organisation, you know, looking at environmental matters internationally. They're coming in and supporting our Waipu enterprise. So it's a big plus. You know, not only are we actually looking at wetlands and how we have local solutions, but bringing in the associated research to prove things like this and how applicable it might be in New Zealand, and over time, hopefully, it'll bear fruit.
Exciting. And then just one thing, the southern bypass in Nongataha, where is that happening?
Stavros, help us out here. I think that's another fancy name for Western Road, is it not?
Ah,
Yes.
okay, so it's not a whole new road.
No. We're just...
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your indulgence.
So you will see some of the answer to that Western Road was in one of the bullet points we made up there. So the funding of the Western Road upgrade or uplift has yet to be decided between the two entities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For you, thank you all very much for your attendance and your presentation today. Apologies, we only just received the presentation, I think, maybe last night, the night before, so I have a couple of questions from that, but also a couple of in general, if you don't mind. Could I just ask, first of all, you'll be aware that Her Worship has made statements in regards to our long-term plan regarding the Rotoiti and Rotorua sewage scheme. So could I ask you, Mr Chair, and also our three elected representatives, do you support the restoration by a future Minister of the Environment of our ability to use the fund to help with that scheme? Thank you.
So that was the original position put forward by the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group, of which we are part. The reason why the Minister retrospectively declined that was for issues other than our initial agreement.
Thank you. So as I say, you'll be aware that Her Worship has made a statement since then. Do you support the restoration of that moving forward? Thank you.
If Rotorua Lakes Council proceeds with the intent of the agreement that we reached at the partnership group, I see no reason why we shouldn't.
Thank you.
And the only difference is it was to be in the original agreement was to be consultation in your annual plan, but I understand now from Her Worship that she's given a commitment it will be in the long-term plan.
Thank you for that. Next question, if that's
Well, in
okay.
response from the councillor's point, in response from the councillors, we support, I support what the chair is saying. I'm sure my colleagues do as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one, could I ask, the air quality that we had representatives from, I think last month, when you say 50,000 per year over 3 years, which we appreciate a significant amount of money, especially in tight times, is that to finish off the current standard, or is that also aimed, you did talk about, it may have been you, Councillor Winters, who talked about future changing goalposts, I think is the phrase you used. Is that money going to be enough for that? Thank you.
It's an initial grant for those low-income earners. It's to continue on the work we were doing, Councillor O'Brien. We haven't changed, well, the Crown hasn't changed the goalposts yet. We don't know what the lie of the land is on that, but it's just continuation of the same program. And it's for householders who just can't afford to do it themselves, and we're just offering a grant. And Marion Hinton, who you met last time, she's delivering that service as we speak. So it's just for 3 years, and we'll review it after that.
Thank you. So could I ask, so if the change does happen, which the current government has signalled, in your long-term plan, is 3 years going to be enough, or do you think you'll have to signal further investment down the track? Because as you say, I'm sure it's very much appreciated by everyone who's receiving those funds.
Once the Crown decides that PM 2.5 is the goalpost, we'll see how that looks, and I'm sure my council will take it under advisement with what we've done so far. We're not going to not continue. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. And finally, just one quick question. Since I'll be asking this, later on, could I ask about the gold clam? What investment, I didn't see anything up there, and the gold clam has been, known about for some time and commented in the press for some time. What investment do you plan to make, or additional, even perhaps in collaboration, favourite word of some, to see that about boat or vehicle cleaning at all our lake ramps? Thank you.
So the latest information I have, Councillor O'Brien, is MPI are funding this. They have registered it as an unwanted organism, and it's not in our lakes yet. They are funding the closure, and they've done the consent notice to close Lake Okataina for a month. They are looking to fund boat washing facilities both in the Waikato and here. Don't know how many, and my understanding is Rotorua Lakes Trust will supply the staff, but funded by MPI. At this stage, we haven't got any money in a budget for clams because they're not in our regional pest management strategy yet, because they're not here. So it's one of those wait and sees, but we are being led by MPI. They are the lead organisation at the moment on Asian clams.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. Could I just ask, so once we had catfish, they've spread. So have we been a little bit, forgive me, maybe not complacent's the right word, but have we been perhaps a bit optimistic in not identifying and trying to prevent, or have the facilities in place to do as much as we can to prevent spread? Thank you.
Yeah, they're in Rotoiti and Rotorua, catfish at the moment. They haven't spread to other lakes, and we've been using DNA testing to check on other lakes. Did we drop the ball? Look, we don't know conclusively how they got into Lake Rotorua. Don't know. There's been lots of theories, but that's why we are upping the check, clean, dry, boat certification, self-certification on all vessels. And I was really encouraged with that meeting the other night, Karen, with MPI when they were doing the discussion about golden clams, that there were about 200 people there. And, you know, everybody has to play a role in biosecurity on our lakes. Everybody has to be a biosecurity ambassador. We could do more regulations, and then people don't want us putting their rates up. So it's actually some sort of self-responsibility of every boat owner that comes into this region to do the right thing in terms of making sure the boats are clean and dry and not containing contaminants. The one issue that coming out of the other night was that most of these clams, they are little suckers and they stick to anything, and they are often transferred. I'm giving you the long version because it needs to be out there so that everybody plays a role in biosecurity. They float. When they're released from the female or the male, they're asexual, they float, and then they're actually drawn into wakeboard boats that are using ballast, and they can be cross-contaminated into other lakes when you pump out your ballast of your boat and you don't completely empty it. And that's where they're found overseas, that's how they're being transferred from water bodies through wakeboard boats. And I'm not picking on wakeboard boats, but everybody has a role to play in biosecurity on our lakes now. That's the long version, sorry.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have one further question, but since, it's not on the annual plan, so if you don't mind, I'll perhaps pass over to Her Worship, if that's all right with you. Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you. Councillor Maxwell, did you have a question?
Thank you. Before my question, I too want to tautoko and support what Councillor Patterson had said regarding the $305 for our Rotorua ratepayers. Much appreciated. You know, especially at these times. The question that I have at the moment is, good presentation again, by the way. A couple of weeks ago, we had Lyle and the team in here. Nobody dropped the ball either time, so thank you for that. The question I have is, Councillor Winters, during the Rotorua geothermal management plan that you spoke about, at the moment we're receiving the consultation papers and everything, and you also said that at a future meeting of the committee some of the staff might come across and give us a presentation. And talking to many of our people at Ohinemutu Whakarewa, they have said they're looking forward to that presentation, that as well. But yeah, thank you for the presentation.
Can I make a brief comment on that? We had the Ahika group from Ngāpuna Whakarewa and also from Ohinemutu come to the regional council and give their stories, their mātauranga, and level of support for a number of the discussions and initiatives they've been having with the regional council. You know, I'm also getting some feedback that there is some further comment from Ohinemutu yet to be had from our koro Alec, and so I'm familiar with that and aware of that, and I'm sure that'll be introduced into the discussions and as people come to grips with the consultation issues and matters. And it relates to the Thermal Spring Act and the Fenton Agreement, and I know that they've raised that as a discussion comment moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor White. Yes. Would you like to add some comments?
Yeah.
Tēnā koutou to the Mayor, councillors and through the Chair. Just to add to that, and we really do appreciate the request to come and present.
Yes,
and we were wondering if the 1st of November, your I&E committee, that would be a good opportunity for us to bring all of our relevant experts to talk to you about the geothermal system management plan, which would provide sufficient amount of time because feedback closes on the 8th of December. So if that's suited, certainly we would be keen to come and present.
That sounds like a fantastic idea and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Tapsell.
Thank you, team.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Good morning, Chair and Rotorua councillors. It's a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for taking the time to present to us what you've come up with in the annual plan, and a little bit of a sneak peek, I suppose, into what the priorities will be for your long-term plan. I have two questions this morning. One is around community safety and the buses, and then the second one around infrastructure and funding of Rotorua-specific infrastructure projects like the museum. So the first one, thank you for providing free fares for youth up to 18 years old. I know that that's been incredibly important for our young people. Unfortunately, we have seen some community safety issues that have arisen, mostly from all of the schools being dropped off at one point at one time. Has there been any thought or consideration into this might be a question for you. Has there been any thought or consideration into the bus routes of the schools, or assisting with community safety? And I understand there is a grant that you provide as well for community safety.
I think that's something we would have to take back to the transport team and pose to them. But for fear of giving you a history lesson, the bus transfer station, or call it what you like, on Rotorua Street was moved there at the specific request of the Rotorua Lakes Council from Pukewatua Street. And in those days, as you've heard me say on many occasions, it used to bring in over 1 million passengers a year into Pukewatua Street. But we responded to your request and moved that particular bus stop down to where it is today. So if there's a desire to move it somewhere else, well, we'd listen to you openly.
And I'm sure we'll do that collaboratively. But thank you. The main point in that was just when we have the different schools arriving at the same time, the bus route itself, I think it's fantastic that it drops them outside a lovely public facility, of which many of the children use the library as well. So it's been unfortunate that a few have made it a dangerous situation. So yes, we'll take that on board. The second question was just around infrastructure. Now, I know obviously it's the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and we are always strong advocates for Rotorua and ensuring that we have a fair amount of the funding distribution. So when we consider any future infrastructure projects, and I know Te Whare Tonga is important to you, it's very important to us as well, is there the potential to ensure that Rotorua will receive a fair amount of any infrastructure funding in future? And how can we, as the Rotorua councillors and the Rotorua Lakes Council, advocate for the distribution of that to be appropriate?
I think, Your Worship, you can take great comfort. We three Rotorua councillors really root for this area at the table, and we get huge collegial support from other councillors. I'll pass over to our chairman in a moment, but I would just like to say, I know he didn't bring the checkbook, but I know he'll give you an indication of where the concepts are going with regards funding infrastructure in the Bay of Plenty. But we're under huge pressure from right across our region to fund infrastructure, and I think it's no secret TCC and the Western Bay are very keen for us to step up and assist them with funding a stadium. That's common knowledge, and likewise the Waikato University Marine Centre, an upgrade and state-of-the-art facility going in there, and other ones in the Eastern Bay. But this is a concept that we continually address, and Chairman, you may like to comment as to where the whole proposal is at the moment with regards funding infrastructure region-wide.
Thank you, Lyle. So let's take you on a bit of a journey, because this is not 2022-23. So the backdrop to this is, I forget when it was, it must have been about 2010, the Regional Council raised $200 million from what we call the PPS, which was to selling mum and dad investors some interest in the Port of Tauranga. That raised $200 million. Some of those monies were expensed by way of loans, and essentially they were to the flood schemes, rehabilitation in the Eastern Bay and the Western Bay. Of that monies, about $20 million, if I got my figures right, was spent on infrastructure here in Rotorua. Some of those funds were spent on issues such as Rotomar East Rotoiti and other infrastructure funds there. In terms of the monies that we noted up there, the $4 million for the fit out, that was actually drawn from reserves. And as I said, the council now, and doesn't matter whether it's public transport reserves in terms of the one that's allocated in Rotorua, once we use those reserves, we don't have the latitude to go out and make a grant in terms of some of those activities. So that's led us to the position now where, as Bay of Plenty Regional Council, we're talking amongst ourselves about the merits of the council, that's BOPRC, striking a regional infrastructure rate. That has yet to be signed off by our councillors, but if we were to do that, the methodology has to be agreed. In other words, is it a flat fee across the whole of the Bay of Plenty, or is it a pro rata based on population or whatever? That's the first issue. And the next issue, as you will appreciate, inevitably, you will get into an argument and a debate about the prioritisation of whether it should be something in Rotorua, something in Aportiki, or something in the Western Bay. So that's a bridge we have yet to cross. And so what we are doing is we're having some pre-LTP communications, especially with the likes of yourselves as councils, to see what the appetite for that is. But let's remember that part of the grant funding that came from the PPS allocation, there was it $2.5 million, I think, Kevin, into the Scion headquarters in Rotorua here. So, but you're right, and I wasn't around, and I don't think Lyle was, or might have been back in 2011, 2012, when the $40 million was allocated throughout the Bay of Plenty. So 20 million to Aportiki, 15 million to the Marine Precinct in the Western Bay. No, sorry, $15 million to the university, and there's one other. Anyway, it was $40 million, and they were just grants, and that's where it came from, the PPS. So, and the issue there, I'm told from those who were around at the time, was the process was excruciatingly difficult in terms of how you divvied it up amongst the region, because it had to be on the basis of a business case. So we're not saying no, but we're not saying yes. We have a long way to go in terms of an infrastructure fund being struck across the region and how it would be apportioned. Lyle?
I just wanted to add that, look, if I can leave you with any other assurance today, be assured that all our politicians in Tauranga bring a regional perspective, and Rotorua gets a huge degree of sympathy on some of the critical issues that you've just highlighted. And I would urge you on that matter to raise it very quickly with Councillor Von Dadelson and get it on the agenda, the issue of school buses and possible reconfiguration of routes and times to land at the CBD. But no, I just urge you all to just keep in mind that you get huge collegial support from us and likewise our colleagues around the table, always.
Thank you, councillors, for your comments. Is there anything else? If there's no more question, I'll just check with Councillor Brown. Did you have anything, Councillor Brown? Otherwise, Councillor Peterson.
I'm just nervous connection. Thank you, Councillor Barker. But just the Kaituna catchment control will targeted rate, is that up for review? And I just wonder where.
Can you just repeat the question, please, Councillor Brown?
So we have a targeted rate called the Kaituna catchment control work. I just wonder whether that's up for review in the LTP and tell us where that money is spent.
Thank you.
Morena, councillors, Your Worship, thanks for having us here today. Councillor Brown, there will be a conversation with our councillor around how the works in that drainage scheme are funded. And the proportion from targeted rate or across the region. There'll be, our council will set direction on that, I think, the 25th of October, and that will form the basis of what goes into that long-term plan for community consultation.
I think, Councillor Brown, there's two parts to that question, if I hear you right. The first is, on an annual basis, how do you decide the quantum of what work should be done and how it should be funded? But on the bigger scale, there is a very expensive body of work across the whole catchment, which then differentiates the beneficiaries and how that's allocated. And I don't think we've got that planned anywhere in our work stream at the moment, but I can assure you it's eye-watering and expensive exercise, because in the Kaituna's case, it would run from the coast right up through to Nongataha.
Thank you. We'll just round up the questions with Councillor Patterson. Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Yeah, just going back to the previous conversation regarding infrastructure projects. I know you were there, Te Taru. We were at the LGNZ conference, and I know it's crystal ball gazing, but 1 week from now, we're likely to have a change of government, and whoever that may be. If it is Mr. Luxon who's going to be leading the country, he said to us, we're establishing an infrastructure fund that will be a regional infrastructure fund, and that I expect you to come to me in November with your projects, and they must be of regional benefit, and it'll be first and best dressed. So my question to us, to this group, have we got a plan? Are we going to get in the queue and put our hands out?
I think I can just about guarantee you that the fund available will not meet the expectation. Look, I don't know the answer to that, but I think essentially if you take the Three Waters for an example, I know what the figures are across the wider Bay of Plenty here in terms of the capital required for the next 10 years, and whether or not, you know, that infrastructure is a contribution to improve that facility or it's to do other stuff, I don't know. But in terms of the challenges in front of us for the Three Waters projects, or say two, I'm referring to potable water and wastewater, you'd have to say across the country, the performance of a lot of councils, not all of them, but the performance of a lot of councils in terms of maintenance of that core infrastructure that communities rely on has not been good. And, you know, we shouldn't poke the stick at the small councils. Every day you read commentary, whether it's Wellington, Auckland, or the big cities, are equally, if not more, exposed to past, what's the right word, it better not be too strong, but past inadequacies of addressing that core infrastructure, which is a fundamental part of our business. Or it's part of the local authorities' business, not necessarily the regional councils.
Thank you. I have one last question from Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance today. Originally, I believed that this meeting was going to be on the geothermal draft, but that's okay. So I had a lot of questions on that, which I'll put aside as per our... But could I just point out, on page 30, I do have a concern just on, and I appreciate this is only a draft, another proposal to set up yet another reference group, and if I may quote, establish a Rotorua geothermal governance group to oversee implementation of a system management plan with elected representatives from Bockrock and representatives from iwi, Hapu, and providing for contributions from key stakeholders, e.g. Rotorua Lakes Council. I think many of the people I represent who have asked about geothermal for a very long time, and I appreciate wording is just that, see us representatives here as more than just stakeholders. And I won't say anything more than that, but it's certainly something that I'll be addressing in my submissions and also in future at the future meeting. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Was there any commentary on that?
Look, I mean, in terms of who are stakeholders and whatever, I know that from Te Aroa's perspective, that they see themselves as more than stakeholders, but that's a conversation to be had, and so it's a journey.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to close the questions off now, and thank you very much for your time today and for coming across from Tauranga to see us. It was interesting to listen to the challenges that you have as a council, as we do with the current environment. It was also really good to hear about the environmental challenges and solutions that you're coming up with, particularly the blue carbon. That's really interesting, and hopefully the Ministry for the Environment is going to be amenable to that. It's also great to be working in collaboration with you as a council as well, and we take on board your comments about Te Whare Taonga, which is a big project that we're passionate about also. So we thank you for your passion and dedication to it also. And yes, we wish you well, and please travel home safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, one and all. Kia ora.
Thank you. Now moving on, we're moving to item 6 on the agenda. That's the staff reports on page 15 of your agenda. Could I just ask for a mover and a seconder, please, that the report titled Progress Report, Infrastructure and Environmental Solutions be received, please? Councillor Wang and Councillor O'Brien. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. And I'd just like to invite Stavros to come to overview his report and also to provide us with a presentation today as well. I understand that's on stormwater, Stavros? Yeah. Thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all. Can I extend my bit of an apology first? I do have a bit of a throat infection, and I'm not contagious, but it can get very dry and annoying. So, if in the process I'm a bit slower, my apologies for that. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I would like to sort of start with a couple of points. Obviously, the progress report taken as read, and more than happy to respond to any questions elected members may have. I want to address two focused areas. One is to update the elected members on your instructions of early August with regards to fluoridation. Once you have made the decision to agree for us to progress to the detailed design of the installation, you have also instructed us to go back to the Ministry of Health and the Director General's instructions and seek further clarifications with regards to some peripheral technical reports related to the possible ill effects of fluoridation on the health of people. We have done so very soon after the early August reports, and in late on 20th of September, I have received a final response from the Ministry of Health and Director General's office, and that will be could be available to everyone. But basically, the Director General's response comprises two components. One is that they are fully aware of the United States reports and other peripheral concerns, and they do remain confident and consistent in their advice that fluoride in the suggested levels spectrum do not represent a material health risk to the community. That they are committed within their statutory responsibilities to monitor national and international evidence to ensure that their instructions in the form of the directive are appropriate and evidence-based. In other words, they take responsibility for the directive as it stands at the moment. The second element of their advice, because it was related to my question about the pending judicial review about the human rights element in High Court, and their advice is as follows. The judicial review is handled by the Crown Law, and they do remain confident that Parliament has taken into account human rights considerations in adopting the directive. Their advice to us, NTLAs, is that we need to continue the preparation for the supplies fluoridation, and if any change materializes from a court's decision, we will be advising us and informed accordingly. So again, they assume the legal liability of any judicial review outcomes of that, and if something happens that we need to be advised and modify our position, they will do so. So that's one. The second element I wanted to sort of, again, briefly touch base before I go through a presentation with regards to our stormwater approaches. As you're aware, there's a lot of activity and a lot of concern about Taumata ROI's instructions to Queenstown with regards to water quality and the incidence of cryptosporidiosis into the water supplies. I just wanted to make sure that elected members and the general community are aware about some key elements with regards to our water supplies. With regards to the Queenstown, the regulator had issued a directive to the Queenstown District Council to actually undertake a number of measures. They had also written to about 120 other water suppliers in the country, identifying deficiencies in their water supplies, and they requiring from them a response by today. We are not one of those because our systems are compliant with drinking water standards. In a general sense, drinking water standards requires the water suppliers, in our case ourselves, yourselves, to apply a multi-layer system for community safety and protection that involves the systems and the physical equipment, the pumps, the safety installations, the injection processes and so on. It involves the administration of chemicals or the UV treatment that is required. It involves online monitoring of the ongoing quality of the water. It involves a systematic approach of taking samples of water in the network across the whole catchment areas and making sure that we monitor the presence of any pathogens or any bacteria or protozoa in the process. And it also involves the presence and the management of the systems by good quality, skilled, competent staff. For Rotorua, we are fortunate enough over the last few years in meeting all those requirements. We have chlorination for addressing bacteriological risks. We've got UV treatment that addresses protozoa risks, and that's what's missing in Queenstown at this point in time. At the national level, on average, every year, 145 cases of such waterborne diseases seem to occur. Although they're a very small percentage of the total supplies of water, the Ministry of Health and obviously the regulator take that very, very seriously, and you would hear that in Queenstown, they probably need to identify repairs or interventions worth about $30 million in a hurry, to do that. Now, again, that reinforces the fact that a proactive approach beats reactive approach. We continue to account for that in our infrastructure strategy, in our general procedures. We report and monitor regularly, and I would like to give the assurance that our systems at this point in time are as robust as we can make them be, and the regulator's office is satisfied with our processes. Thank you. If you have any questions about that before we move to the presentation.
Actually, I think maybe we will take questions on your report, perhaps first, before we move on to the presentation. So if the councillors would like to ask any questions regarding the report material, we can do that now.
Sorry, just point of clarity. Yes. Are we talking about this report as in here, or what he's just outlined to us?
Both. What Stavros has just reported to you, plus the report you've got in your agenda.
Okay,
Dawn,
thank you.
Yeah.
So, yes, I do have.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Thank you for that information. I was, like many of us, concerned that maybe we didn't have that filtration happening here, but obviously we do, so that's great to hear. Just looking at a couple of the things, the Prince's Gate Arch renewal that's mentioned on page 24, how much of a mission is that going to be? I remember that was done quite some time ago. Is the whole thing having to be replaced or just sections of it?
We are getting a more we've had a condition report done on it about 18 months ago, a preliminary condition report. We're getting a more detailed report done. We're also going to be going through a procurement process once we have that to understand the requirements. I mean, it's an asset that is depreciated, so we have a renewal process for it. It's a Class 1 natural heritage asset, so it has significant value in actually being there. So once we understand the renewal requirements for it, we'll be proceeding with that under our regular renewal program. Ideally, we'd like to try and do it properly, with native timbers and things like that, but it's just a matter of how accessible and feasibility of that. So we'll understand a bit more later on.
Thank you for that. A couple more questions. The sports facility improvements, talking about Titoki Place, etc., the new toilet blocks, etc., new changing rooms, was there any conversation with the clubs who utilised that as part of that process to come up with a plan?
Yes, we have had some conversations with football. Basically what we need to understand is the potential use of the whole space, because there's multiple codes using the lower small bone area, and so before we make a decision on field layout, I suppose we're actually just going to get the options understood, because that then guides what we could do with toilet blocks and what we could do with parking and a whole range of things. We've spoken with cricket, and we've spoken with football, and we have JAB to do some work with as well, although that's an area that could potentially be shifted around as a small unit. But the key issue is probably the accommodating both summer and winter sports, because the summer sports require permanent features and like concrete cricket wickets. So we have to work out where they might sit within the landscape of winter sports.
Excellent, thank you. A couple more, just a couple quick ones. The toilet block at Puketawhero Park and out at Tenai, is there any thought, where there's only one toilet block down at the lakefront for that whole area, has there any been discussions about that?
Sorry, could you clarify?
So I understand that the toilets at Puketawhero Park are only open for sporting events. They're not open for the general public to access because of vandalism problems, etc., which I totally understand. But, to only have one public toilet down in Hannah's Bay, I think it is, that's not very good for a whole eastern suburb.
Puketawhero is open to the public. It had the way the toilet block was built was that there were sections of it that faced into the sports area, and there were public sections as well. I think there's 3 areas that were available to the public. 2 of those have been closed due to damage, but there still is, my understanding is, there's public accessibility. We've just going through a process to rebuild toilets there, but we will be changing the way they're laid out. We will probably put in an individual two-unit facility close to the road and the parking area, and leave the other facility and the sports accessible facilities where they are.
Oh, that's great to hear, thank you. Lastly, the Baxendale Esplanade conversations that you've been having with their community, and there's some plans presented to those people. Any chance that we could get a chance to have a look at those, please?
Certainly, the concept at this stage, which shows the access and the planting areas, and we can get those through to you. Yes.
Great. Oh, sorry, one quick one. On page 25, the sports facility use and events section talked about all the numbers of people that have been attending our events and the numbers using our facilities. I noticed the Steamers games didn't have numbers mentioned. How many people attended those 2 matches?
Off the top of my head, I think it was about 1,200 and something for the first game, and then 1,125 for the second.
Right, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Robin. I didn't welcome you earlier, sorry. Thank you. Mayor Tapsell?
Thank you. I just have a question around the transport capital projects within the agenda report. Thank you. It's just around the Airport Eastgate intersection, and I see that that's part of the unsubsidised growth, and now that Airport Eastgate intersection has been something that the community's been wanting for some time. It's quite a dangerous intersection for all of those going into the industrial commercial area there. But I'm just wondering, is that not a state highway? Is this coming out of our budgets, or should it not be funded by or assisted financially by Waka Kotahi? And sorry, just in the report for those wondering, it does say that the Airport Eastgate intersection is in design and to be tendered once final detailed design and final estimates are concluded.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a very quick, brief history of that. Sometimes in the early 2000s, when the Eastgate development was progressed, the Rotorua Lakes Council derived the developer contribution of, I think it was about $250,000 of developer at that point in time, in order to instigate an intersection improvement when the traffic demand on that intersection, was at appropriate level. I think from memory, it was about 2,500 vehicles per day, using that. We have an ongoing discussion with NZTA, and NZTA have got their own parameters. It says, well, we'll do an eventually in that area, but where land development injects or requires that kind of intervention, we want the developer to pay for it. So the developer paid for it back in early 2002. We have not done that intervention yet. And the Eastgate at the moment is fully developed, and the traffic demand in that intersection is improving. We also got the airport potential land development, which we need to be cognizant of. And at this point in time, we feel safety compels the council to do the intersection improvements. However, the NZTA or Kota here are not really walking away from it, but if we were to do the full-scale intersection that we require to accommodate the airports, we're probably looking at an investment between $6 and $10 million. This intervention at the moment will be in the region of $1 million. And Waka Kota here are open and amenable. When the larger investment is needed, they will come onto the party. But at this point in time, they don't see the demand on the state highway sufficient to trigger their investment protocols for that respect. At the same time, we'll have to satisfy our resource consent conditions we engaged in almost 25 years ago, and to look after our perspective. We'll report back to you once we get a detailed design and safety assessment, and before we actually commence the work anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for lateness this morning. Stavros, not directly related to the report, but just given the traffic flows around the city at the moment, are you able to comment whether or not we're on track to finish or not us, but Waka Kotahi is on track to finish the repairs over the bridge down by Boys High, given that school holidays will shortly be over?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. The latest advice I had yesterday is that they appear to be on track, as notified. I would be extremely optimistic to say that it's going to be bang on time. We might be a day or two up and down, but at the moment, the advice are on track. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good news. Is there any other questions? Yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stavros. Thank you, Rob. Stavros, could I just ask, it's been announced and we've also had an update in regards to the Nongataha development proposal. And I also see in your report about the Nongataha village and roading. Where are we up to in terms of actual design work and in terms of progressing? Because I'm picking up more and more fear from the Nongataha community that they're concerned that there will be developments made and the current roading network just won't be able to cope. Thank you.
I think there are two components to that, Councillor O'Brien. One is the Nongataha village safety improvements required through, the Server village. For those of elected members who were here, reminder for those who were not, a couple of years ago, we produced a range of options for the improvements to the village, through the village. Excuse me. And then we consulted with the community and we arrived at the preferred option. By the community, and we submitted to NZTA because that is a state highway going through it. NZTA said, well, we need to put into our National Land Transport Program as a priority, and they have actually put it into the 24-27 plan, who's under consultation very soon. And they've got high hopes that we'll be funding that in 24-25. So I'm waiting to hear the outcome of that investigation. The second element, of course, in general, road capacity, as you know, we've got State Highway 30 to the east, we've got State Highway 5 and 30 to the south, and we've got State Highway 5 all the way to Nongodaha and heading north to Hamilton. And again, we have requested NZTA's National Land Transport Program to prioritize safety improvements on Ferry Springs all the way to Nongodaha and through Nongodaha. They have put it as a high priority in their National Land Transport Program, as we do for our LTP. So at the moment, I have to wait and see what the outcome of that request would be from their perspective.
Yes, follow-up question, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So could I ask, do we have the ability, or does Waka Kotahi have the ability to stop any development if the roading isn't ready to take on the volume of houses should they develop?
They have an ability to be what we call an affected party to the resource concerns and require certain improvements to the interfacing or intersection with State Highway, will be taken. As you're aware, State Highway 30 towards the airport, one of the reasons that Stage 1 and Stage 2 works has been done, and one of the reasons we are doing a whole range of other works ourselves, is that in anticipation of the traffic demand generated by these land developments in those areas. So Waka Kotahi is an affected party and can do that. But of course, from our perspective, we try to work with them to make sure our housing needs are addressed too. So I don't think they will ever go and come to a point in time where we say we do not agree with it, but they will put conditions if there is a consent application.
Thank you, Stavros. There was a question from Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. My question's on page 18. Stavros, the Linton Park Dam area, it says something below current safety standards and a risk of failure. I appreciate that we've had over 3 times the annual rainfall of any year that I can recall for a long time. What are your thoughts on how do you feel about to mitigate against flooding in Mangakākei and the Utaina catchments?
Can I address that in my presentation in about a couple of minutes? I'll have a presentation in a couple of minutes.
Oh.
And I will be addressing that. Thank you.
Okay.
That'll cover it off nicely, I imagine.
Yes.
If there's no other questions, there was just Councillor O'Brien alluded to. You all right? We've sorted that out. That's great. Okay, so is there any other questions? Anything from Councillor Brown online? I can't see. I think we're okay at the moment. Suggestion for you, we're heading towards 11 o'clock. But rather than start your presentation and go on through the questions, perhaps we take a break now and have a short cup of tea and then come back for the presentation, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much. We'll come back at 11 o'clock, please. Thank you. Had with the progress report and going back to the queries that Councillor O'Brien had made regarding the Lake Okataina closure around the golden clam issue, and perhaps I'd ask Rob and Stavros just to give us an overview of what unfolded, and perhaps if anyone's got any questions after that, we can ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will let Rob sort of lead this process because Rob has been intimately involved with the relevant parties to that. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, councillors. Just to, we had a little bit of information before from Councillor Winters, but the golden clam or cavicula was only discovered in May this year, so 5 months ago. It was discovered in the Waikato River at a place called Bob's Landing, which is at the upstream end of Karapiro. So MPI, who is empowered by the government to do national biosecurity responses, have been doing surveillance work. So they've been looking for it to actually discover where it is. And through a combination of visual searching and sifting the sediments and eDNA, it's known to be present in about 90 kilometres of the Waikato River. Okay, so sort of from Maraetai down through Karapiro and further downstream into Hamilton. So they have done visual searching and some eDNA. I think they've done eDNA in Okataina, and they haven't discovered it anywhere else. They are carrying out doing eDNA in the Rotorua Lakes. They've done all the tributaries of the Waikato, Waipa, and further up, right up through Taupo, and they haven't discovered any eDNA from cavicula there. So they think since May, the work they've done, they know it's pretty well stuck in the Waikato River. Okay, the population in the Waikato River is the biggest clams themselves are sort of 2 to 3 centimetres, which would suggest they're about 2 to 3 years old. That's as big as they get. So they suspect that it's been there for a couple of years, and they've only just found it now. So what's happened is that Ngāti Tarawhai, who have the Lake Okataina as their mana whenua, they contacted MPI and said, we would like a closed area notice, or we would like a restriction on Lake Okataina to stop boats coming into our taonga, especially with the start of the fishing season coming. MPI have responded to that request and issued what is called a controlled area notice. So they are the ones who have the power under the Biosecurity Act to prevent or restrict access onto this piece of water under the controlled area notice. Controlled area notices can have permits, can have conditions and things like that, so they can have things that can be done, but the one that has been issued for Okataina, which is effective from the 1st of October to the end of October, so it's a 1-month controlled area notice, is basically stopping all sort of water-based activities from occurring. The clam, as you heard, it produces asexually. The juvenile clams are only 0.25 of a millimetre in size, so hardly visible. They've got a sticky thread on them that enables them to stick to things, so they are very difficult to detect. And so what MPI are doing is they're looking at options for how they might control it. The first...
Recording in progress.
The first thing that they are looking at is a boat washdown facility somewhere on the way into Okataina, so that potentially within a month they could try and create a boat washdown area that could have a cleaning effect and doing some understanding of where boats are coming from. So basically everyone stopped and checked, finding out where they've come from, and the potential then to either create access to the lake or go through a washdown process or whatever. So at the moment, like I say, this is only about 4 days old, this process, so it's very new. There are discussions around, we know about the rest of Te Arawa Lakes. What does it mean for other lakes? We know that in Taupo, there's also discussions up there. So The question of whether it becomes a stop it getting in or a stop it getting out of where it is, that I think will be raised by a number of parties in the next short period of time. And at the moment, the focus is just on, here is on Okataina, but there's a very strong message going to MPI about, there are State Highway 5, State Highway 30, there's not a lot of ways in from the Waikato. So what are the other control methods that MPI need to be thinking about wider than just the entrance one-way track into Okataina? So it's a fast-moving situation at the moment with quite a range of questions being asked of MPI as the regulating authority. What is happening?
Thank you, Rob. Does that answer your questions, Councillor O'Brien?
I do have a couple of others if we have time, Madam Chair, just very quickly, please. So could I ask, sorry, when did MPI make their order? Would it be Friday or?
The controlled area notice notification was on about Thursday last week, effective from Sunday the 1st.
Okay, if I can, and please, this is open to anyone who may wish to comment. I've seen in some of our advisories to councillors words to the effect of we support in principle. And I suppose where I'm coming from, Madam Chair, is to ask the question of what's the process that we came from that decision. So when someone says that we support, what's the we and how did that get communicated to councillors?
Thank you for the question, Councillor O'Brien, and perhaps the best person to ask is the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I also want to acknowledge our Chief Executive of the Eastern Fish and Game Region is with us, Arash. Nice to have you back in the building. We recently, on the 22nd of September, had a Rotorua Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group meeting, of which Rotorua Lakes Council, Bapalini Regional Council and Rotorua Lakes Trust are a part of. At that meeting, we had the Bapalini Regional Council Biosecurity Manager, we had the Chairman of Ngāti Te Rāwhai Iwi Trust, who own, look after and own Lake Okataina, and also Rotorua Lakes Trust Biosecurity Manager. They presented on their concerns around the freshwater gold clam and also their concerns that the voluntary, check, clean, dry was inadequate for protecting the lake when there were concerns about the experience from overseas where gold clam is highly invasive and it had never been eradicated from any site where it had been established. So they believed that the seriousness of it required a bit more than a voluntary response. They were essentially just there to present the concerns, but it was suggested by the independent chair and then ultimately moved by those at the table to support in principle. So I suggested that we support in principle. I did also note that at the meeting that we as representatives, being the first time we had heard it, hadn't had time to get the collective views from our, our councils or who we represent. But the resolution that was passed was that we support in principle the urgent investigation into the temporary closure of Lake Okataina to boats by Ministry for Primary Industries. So MPI is the only one who can make that decision, and it was under the Biosecurity Act based on the significant biosecurity threat posed by the freshwater gold clams. So it was encouragement and support to go to MPI and say, hey, look, we need you to look at this again. We need you to consider this seriously and then take further action. So by no means has Rotorua Lakes Council or myself or the strategy group fully recommended that that action was what should be proposed. We did just strongly recommend that MPI consider it and make their decision, which they have. I am pleased that it is only a temporary closure for now, while further solutions are put in place.
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell.
Through the Chair, if I may ask again to anyone, or Her Worship, or Ms Rangi, or Stavros. So if further lakes showed activity or concern, what would be the process moving forward? I appreciate the first time, it was very much time was of the essence. Moving forward, is there going to be a different process in place? Thank you.
Just at a high level, Councillor O'Brien, I need to remind ourselves that Rotorua Lakes Council is not the statutory responsible party for the management of lakes. In terms of lakes water quality, navigation in the lakes, the regional council has that responsibility, and obviously we've got limitations in their roles and responsibilities. MPI or government agencies, when we deal with biosecurity reasons, threats, they have a lead agency role behind that. Our primary responsibility is actually to control facilities and access to those lakes. Now, I would imagine that if a biosecurity threat is being detected that will affect more lakes, a party conversation needs to take place, identify the risks, the agency of the risk, and what each party's statutory responsibility would be to undertake in that respect. I don't think I have a blueprint at this point in time, but I imagine that each party will undertake actions consistent with their statutory functions as they are defined by legislation.
Thank you, Stavros.
If I may, Madam Chair, just to ask, so in that case, could I ask when the actual security firm went down and was closing off access for boats, which I actually believe was Wednesday, but I stand to be corrected if that's not right. Is that area actually our land or is it EBOP land? So outside the water where the perimeter was set up, who actually controls that land? Is that ours? Our responsibility? Because I think you can see where I would have some concern that on land, if we were responsible for someone setting up perimeters to block access, public access, without a enforceable action, I would have some concerns on that, and especially moving forward if we're to repeat this. Thank you.
For the Okataina situation, yes, we were aware that MPI were considering a closed area notice from earlier than, for several days before, because the meeting was Wednesday night. There was a public meeting Wednesday night. So I think the identification of consideration of a closed area notice was probably Monday or Tuesday. The road was blocked by a pontoon structure on or about Wednesday, or maybe even Tuesday, late Tuesday. Then that was replaced with some rocks. Now that is a blockage of our boat ramp, and our boat ramp is on a public road. Okay, so yes, technically there was a blockage across a public road. We discussed that our role in that, and in light of the MPI imminent decision around a controlled area notice, also the fact that the lake wasn't open to fishing, also the fact that it's not a lake that is able to be water skied on or wakeboarded or jet skied, that us going out 24 hours potentially before a decision was made, possibly to close the lake to try and remove a barrier, was not in the best interests, and also that we were aware that we had supported efforts to consider the biodiversity and the work that MPI was doing through the Lake Strategy Group. So we did consider that, and the decision that was made basically 24 hours later was that there would be a controlled area notice issued. Had that decision been different, then our response to that temporary blockage would have been different.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers, team. Appreciate that and getting some more knowledge around that situation. Leave it over to you, Stavros, now to... Oh, sorry, Councillor Patterson. Yeah.
Sorry, just one follow-on question from Councillor O'Brien. So just to be clear, it was not us who contracted that particular security company?
That's correct. No, it was Ngāti Tarapai.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hand over to you, Steve. Oh, sorry. Councillor... Oh, sorry, I missed Councillor Brown online. Please go ahead, Councillor Brown.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, try again, Councillor Brown.
Can you?
You may need to turn your video off, perhaps, because the connection doesn't seem to be very good.
How's that?
That's great, thank you.
Just a question for Rob, or I did watch the video presentation on one that I have, which I don't think Rob touched on, is they didn't know how long clams will survive out of water. So clean, check, dry will work for weed, but may not work for clams. So this is a serious issue. But
Through you, Madam Chair, the information that was presented at the public meeting, there's a little bit more clarity provided at a meeting at Okataina yesterday or the day before. They expect that the juveniles might only survive a week or to 10 days, but potentially the adults can survive longer because they close up. You know, they're a shellfish and they close up and can trap their own little internal ecosystem. They can potentially go for longer, but there is still quite a lot not known, and there is particularly a lot not known about them in Aotearoa, because they've only been discovered for 5 months, so they don't know exactly how they're going to sort of respond. But yes, you're right, the standard check, clean, dry for other aquatic species would need to be ramped up, I suppose, is the terminology for controlling clams. And there's things like temperature, hot water, the use of bleachers, and a longer period of drying.
Thank you. Hopefully that answers and adds to Councillor Brown's comments. It's an evolving situation, obviously, that we're going to need to monitor very carefully and watch more from MPI. I'll hand over now to Stavros to present his Stormwater Services report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll continue with the practice over the last few months in introducing one element of our core infrastructure for elected members' information and consideration. Today, we'll just pay attention to our stormwater management services. If I get this to work. Is it okay? Okay. Thank you. Right. Again, I'll try a little bit paying attention to, in terms of definitions, stormwater management versus rain management are two different things. Storm implies the imminent risk of property and the health of people and the risk of people by extreme amounts of water. And obviously that entails the potential for widespread flooding or focused flooding or dispersed flooding issues. So therefore, our efforts and approaches relate to managing and reducing that kind of risk. Also, extreme volumes of water have a direct impact on water quality because storms bring with them slush, silts, washouts, debris, call it whatever you want, that all contribute to the pollution and the degradation of water. And obviously, with the new planning requirements, as you know, we've got a future development strategy without an appropriate consideration and modelling of the effects of future climate changes and the effects on stormwater patterns, we cannot get consents to build new houses. So obviously creating a capacity to manage that kind of risks are pivotal and critical to our ability to give effect to a future development strategy. And obviously climate change is taking place at a pace and the various models try to anticipate what these changes would be, what the effects would be, and create an infrastructure and an ability both at the people level, at the planning level, and at the engineering level that will be more resilient and will adapt to that. Again, these are the sort of things we want to avoid. This is a picture from the Nogotaha 2018, April 2018 flooding, and we as a territorial local authority who have a responsibility to do everything we can to avoid putting our communities under these kind of risks. And again, this is in 2022. It's up in Pukehangi, where a significant amount of rain occurred. It was not 1 in 100 event, it was actually 1 in 20 at that point in time, 20 years. And that, again, created some significant risks to adjoining properties and downstream properties. And this is the things we try to avoid through our stormwater management planning. So again, to remind all of us, I'm sure you're all aware of that because we all live here and this is our rohe. The district metrics are quite important in assessing future interventions or management practices. We have 2,500 square kilometers for the district. Our annual average rainfall is 1,400 millimeters. Now, it's an average, but occasionally we have spikes. In the last 18 to 24 months, the average annual rainfall jumped from 1,400 millimeters to 2,500 to 3,000 millimeters, more than double. Now, the volume of rain that falls down on an average year is about 3.5 billion cubic meters. That to give you a context of what that means, if you pull all the lakes together and merge them into a big container and you say how much water is there, you'll find it's about 5 billion cubic meters. So the total amount of water that is stored in our lakes at this point in time is roughly about 5 billion cubic meters, or roughly the amount of water that fell on the district over the last 18 months on average. Now, give again a better context to that with the runoff that runs down towards Lake Rotorua, which is a major lake that with our urban centres surrounding it for the average 1% AEP. And I would try to avoid the 1 in 100-year scenarios because really it's not an appropriate thing. It's something that is misleading. 1% average exceedance probability. It means that every year to have that amount of rainfall, that storm intensity and volume, there's every year 1% chance to do it, which is not that huge, but it's also not that insignificant. Every year we might have 1 in 100-year event. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to be one every 100 years time. So 1% or 2% or 5% is more an appropriate definition of that. That generates about, when we get that kind of event, it generates about 1.5 million cubic meters per hour. Every hour, 1.5 million cubic meters of water is run towards Rotorua Lake. And obviously with the climate change effects, this is forecasted to continue to increase, going upwards. Now, can I pay a little bit of attention to that? I'm not sure if the picture is very clear, unfortunately. But basically, we're all aware how the caldera created the lakes. About 200,000 years ago, a collapse of the magma in the area created a depression. That depression formed the caldera effect in Rotorua. That filled with water, and the level of that water that filled 200,000 years ago was about 100 meters higher than the level of Lake Rotorua at this point in time. So areas like Nongotaha Mountain were just an island. So there were no Lake Rotoiti or Lake Rotohi or Lake, or Lake Rotomai, which is one gigantic lake, which is 100 meters higher than the current levels there too. So that situation stayed there for until about 20,000 years ago, when the northeastern boundaries of caldera collapsed and water ran towards the coast. And then the current lake formations were consolidated. So many times, and we would talk about present-day events where the lakes are really get affected by siltation and about other effects of human habitation around us. I would just remind everyone, a few months ago, my colleague Thomas Colley made a presentation to you about a blue baths scenario, if you recall. Part of his presentation was a deep geological investigation for the grounds underneath the blue baths. It was about 20-25 meters deep. The material that came out of that was mainly typical of organic siltation, which is basically sediments forming around a large, at the bottom of a lake, and that have formed over many hundreds of thousands of years. So there's an ongoing process. So when we're looking into our future management of these effects, and you see around the large catchment for this kind of lakes, we've got hills, and we've got rivers, and we've got drainage paths, and we've got runoffs. Now, New Zealand is fortunate or unfortunate, we sit on the Australian plates or tectonic plates. On our east is a Pacific plate. We've got the subduction zone, which means that the eastern parts of New Zealand gradually go down, while the central and western parts of New Zealand are lifting, creating hills and mountains and so on. It's just a constant tension between the tectonic plates. Then we've got the rain phenomenon that brings down large amounts of water. That rain falls on those high elevations, washes away material, being soil or organic or rocks or debris, colluvial, alluvial, and they run towards the low spots with our concentration points of drainage channels, streams, rivers, lakes, attenuation, and eventually down to the coast. So we are part of that large geological terraforming caldera system. And we chosen to live around these lakes for a few hundred years now, I suppose, and we need to be cognizant of these sort of natural events that occur, and we need to be cognizant in terms of how we're managing these works around us. Now, again, I would take Lake Rotorua as a working example to give in effect to my level of discussions. You can see this is Lake Rotorua, and you've got a number of tributary streams that flow from all the higher grounds towards Lake Rotorua because it's simply located and situated at the low point of the caldera. Now, in 1% AEP, some 400 cubic meters per second of water run towards the lake, or 1.5 million cubic meters per hour, or 35 million cubic meters per day. Now, in recent times, we have an extensive discussion about the lake levels. We do have lakes who act as a temporary storage space, and in that, creating a temporary storage space for rainwater. Also, you've got the ecosystem and all the various benefits arising from the lakes. But also in hydraulic term, we have the Ohau channel that is meant to discharge or regulate the outflows from Lake Rotorua. However, the Ohau channel at the moment is able only to discharge 10% of the maximum 1% annual exceedance rate flows into the lake. So if you have a 1% even today, it would generate 35 million cubic meters. Ohau channel would take 10 days to release it. Of course, rain doesn't work like that. Yeah, you've got maximum peaks, and then you've got ongoing flows, and you've got groundwater penetration, and so on. All I'm trying to say here is that the Ohau channel in its current capacity is not appropriate to regulate an effective control of inflow and outflow from the lake, and therefore, in looking into future solutions, we need to ask the question, what else can we do to reduce or improve the capacity of the Ohau channel so it can discharge faster, especially if you take into consideration that climate change is going to generate more frequent, high-intensity, high-volume rainfalls. That if we do nothing, it means lake levels will be with us for years to come. And I'm talking about at least a 100-year horizon. And again, I will narrow down to a smaller catchment, that's the Utuhina catchment, Utuhina stream catchment. You see here that the catchment that contributes towards the creation of the flows in the Utuhina channel, Utuhina stream, are comprising the rural side and the urban side. The rural side in terms of area is about 70% of the catchment, and the urban side is only 30% of the catchment. In terms of flow concentrations, the ratios are slightly different, but the reality is that the urban sector for the Utuhina channel is a smaller part of the catchment that contributes to the Utuhina channel. So when we're looking into the management of streams like Utuhina for the purposes of managing the flooding risk effects in our community, we need to ask the question, what are the impacts on the potential flooding for that urban site? One is the downstream, is the lake levels. If the lake levels are very high, the Utuhina channel does not discharge as efficiently as it can because it has a volume of water in front of it and creates a backflow into the stream. If the rural site is left unattended to, and I know people say that, well, with no houses, the ground can soak the rainfall, well, the reality is quite different. Ground conditions have natural saturation points, and once they reach a saturation point, whether you have a house or a grass on it, it continues to generate runoff. And therefore, there is a need to consider things and interventions that could happen in the rural side in order to reduce the velocity and the flows of water downstream and therefore protect our flood risk mitigation approaches. Now, the caldera effect again is quite simple. Lakes are a very major attenuation system. They hold water for a long period of time, and the balance between inflows and outflows are a significant component in our thinking process. Now, looking into Rotorua's history over the last 80 years, I haven't been able to look back earlier to that, but I found nothing, no major flooding history with the exception of the Nongotaha site. In Nongotaha, flooding occurred because the stream channel failed to meet its capacity and water spilled over and found a natural way to spill through neighboring properties. So it's a rare event for Rotorua. We've got some localized flooding, but we do not have widespread flooding in Rotorua, at least as far as I can tell from the records. Now, the lake level management is a significant factor, and that's why we have insisted that a working party is formulated, and we're going to have the first meeting towards the 27th of October to address what options to have ahead of us. And again, noting issues like the Ohau Channel, the Okiri Falls, gates and so on, and rural upstream mitigations. Stream management and the capacity of stream management is very important too, because streams are our major arterial routes for stormwater. Water runs to the streams, and if the streams are not well managed, they tend to overflow and affect neighboring properties. We need to ensure that we don't rely heavily on piped systems. Piped systems are good for short transmission of flows, but are not really the best systems to have widespread stormwater management because they block, they create other unintended effects, and generally we should allow the water to flow to its natural destination through natural paths, what we call complementary overland flow paths. Now, in terms of urban environments, the urban site for Rotorua really is made of about 50 square kilometers. Only 10% of that are public spaces, roads and reserves and footpaths and so on. The other 90% are private properties, your property, my property. So when you look into the urban environment, only 10% is under our direct control, and therefore ensuring that we have appropriate regulations, building standards, and plumbing controls in private properties are an important part because, as I said, they contribute to 90% of the overflowers into the stormwater system. Again, as I said, this is a picture of the picture to the. Let's see if I can get it. That picture there is a Nongodaha stream before the event in 2018, and these pictures to the right is the Nongodaha stream after the event. Obviously, you can see that was underslips, erosion from the side, flow into the stream, blocking the streams, creating trees falling into the stream, and impede the flow of water. Streams need to be managed and with riparian and armoring, this is riparian planting and so on, to make sure that they don't obstruct the flow of water. And that's where we need to continue to work with our partners in that kind of direction. The airport site challenges, as I said earlier, is about 50 square kilometers. They represent about our airport footprint is about 2% of our total district. Private properties comprise 90% of that 2%. Public space is 10%. Local flooding, many times where we respond to, as a council, to identify, to sort out local flooding, is generally the effect of higher properties runoffs running into lower properties runoff, and those lower properties do not have appropriate drainage discharge systems. So it's that sort of one property to the next property. We also have got mixed effect. We've got, because we've got sealed areas, roofs, driveways, footpaths, roads, and so on, we've got a high runoff in our percentage, and also we've got airborne contamination like benzenes, noxes, rubbers, debris that fall from our consumption society or consuming habits. But the urban environment contains much less siltation than the rural side. So obviously there are significant options for us to continue to work towards improving water impacts from the urban environment by managing to collect debris, for example, more regular sweeping of roads, better cesspits, better debris arrestors in the pipes that go into the streams, better control of debris and material that fall into the streams. And that's our operational approaches that we need to address on an ongoing basis and make sure the water quality is not hugely affected by our urban footprint. And again, these are the challenges we've got when you have heavy rainfall. You've got streets that get flooded, and obviously that creates a significant disruption to the movement of people and risk to properties. However, in general for Rotorua, these are short-term effects that don't last for long. They last 6 hours, 10 hours, maybe 24 hours, and eventually the drainage system is able to discharge. The rural side comprises 98% of the districts. Access corridors are at risk. About 750 kilometers lead to our agriculture and farming and rural style, as opposed to properties. It's got in high concentration of rainfall. Obviously, ground gets saturated, and most of the stormwater is going through overland flow paths, not in pipe networks, and because we've got a very limited pipe network in the rural side. And the effects are high siltation concentrations because it erodes the ground, and obviously we've got nutrient loss that go into receiving environment like streams and channels. And obviously it's got less urban pollution, and we do have an opportunity, and I suppose a task over the next 100 years to continue to be cognizant of the climate change and start improvements to our drainage systems, the rural side, improving culverts, improving debris arrestors, improving bridging, improving the way we manage the formation of roads and so on to create better, more effective resiliency. This is what you see in the rural side. In typical terms, to the right, you've got a bridge that's been hugely washed away, these apartments by intense rainfall and flows. And obviously to the left, you've got significant surface overland flow paths that scar out the surface of the roads and disrupt transportation and connection to the various rural communities. The stormwater plan then taking consideration all these background effects, it's recognizing that streams and rivers are the arterial routes for stormwater conveyance. It's quite important for us to plan for systems to detain high volume of stormwater until those channels are open for receiving water. And again, I try to liken that to arterial roads. If you suddenly have 20,000 vehicles who wanted to get from point A to point B and all want to use the same road at the same time, it's inevitable that you're going to get traffic congestion. Therefore, you have traffic lights on peripheral roads, and you regulate the amount of traffic that goes onto the road to allow it to flow, more freely. Streams and channels like that are no different, but instead of vehicles, they carry water, and we just have to detain and reduce the amount of flows until we manage more effective conveyance. Again, as I said earlier, it's a preference to use less pipes and more overland flow paths, which means our planning process will define where these overland flow paths are. And again, the general risk manager approach is that, well, it's better for the road to get flooded for a temporary period of time rather than a house. And therefore, we use our roads as a secondary flow path, and we accept the fact that in major events, there will be surface flooding. We just have to be careful and we have to manage as best as we can. Again, this is a flood model generated by the Regional Council. Again, it has a 100-year horizon for the 1% AEP, which clearly indicates that with increasing rainfall, those areas of Rotorua, which is downstream from Utahina, this is State Highway 5 towards the lake. Green areas, green highlights indicate, a depth of up to 300 millimeters, I think, and blue area up to half a meter plus, deeper than half a meter. So basically, the Regional Council's flood modelling shows that the main flooding risk rise along those routes or in the peripheral to those kind of routes in the future. And also the same model says, well, if we do attenuation upstream, hold the water to sufficient time, and do we in the rural side and in our urban attenuation areas, the flooding risk is reducing from blue to green, which is tolerable, 200, 300 millimeters in the worst case scenario. And that is why we do our master plan, trying to respond to that kind of forecasted events by holding the water in sufficient time and in sufficient volume to allow the stream to accommodate those flows without posing a risk to our communities. In the western side, as you see, and again, this is schematic. I know some councillors might pay attention. Why do you have a circle here? Well, the point is that it's schematic. All we're trying to say that if we're going to give effect to a stormwater management plan, we really have identified the potential open spaces where we can use detention dams, hold the water for sufficient time until the streams and the channels are managed, have managed to discharge effectively. Excuse me. Again, some samples of work we're already doing there. This is West Linton Park. This is in creating some attenuation capacity of about 500,000 cubic meters there. You're aware of it. And this is work in progress over the next 6-7 years. In the central side, we try to avoid as much stormwater running from the central sides towards the lower Utahina. So those of you, and I think probably Councillor or Kiriopa will be more acutely aware of that, the lower Utahina is always at the risk of flooding because it receives all this stormwater from central and the western side. And the master planning says, can we divert as much as we can of large volumes of stormwater from the central zone to the eastern side and channel in a way that's going to be away from sensitive residential and community areas. And this is what we're trying to work at the moment, while on the western side, with creating all this attenuation and conveyance channels to reduce the flows downward towards the lower end of Utahina. Just by way of your interest, we have identified in the last few days, and we will do some more modeling work, the Utahina channel from State Highway 5 all the way to its mouth potentially can become a lot more hydraulically effective if we manage to dredge it and reduce it. It's about 2 meters of silts and debris have been washed in there over many years, and they need, if a dredging was to occur, it will open its channel and it will create more efficient conveyance of stormwater. We're trying to confirm those modelling assumptions, and we'll talk to the community in due course, and the Regional Council, of course, because in reality, it's a piece of work the Regional Council should be doing because they're in charge of streams management. And on the east side, obviously, we have the same. We've got the Eastern Management Plan. We've got the Linmore, Wafata, airport areas there. We've got existing populations. On the upper reaches, we've got Wharenui and Ngatifakawi tribal lands that have got aspirations for housing, and obviously we're creating attenuation areas to the upper reaches, but we also need to improve conveyance channels all the way down to the lake. And again, These are examples of the attenuation work we're doing up in Whanganui, above Morris Street. We're spending through the CAP funds about $15 million for those two dams at the moment, and they will contain water, retain water there to prevent potential risk to the downstream properties. And also, that's the only way to allow the tribal lands development to occur, because without that, they could not get consented. Now, again, there's some basic metrics for the network itself. We only got about, although we've got about 1,000 kilometers of roads and 2,500 kilometers of territory, we only got 280 kilometers of pipes. And most of them are small size pipes, the pipes leading from point A to point B. We don't have large pipes like major cities do. We've got about 150 kilometers of open drains. Those of you who go down to the eastern side, you see a lot of open drains. Our preference is to continue to maintain more efficiently and effectively open drains rather than piping that. There's members of the community who want a lot of there to be piped, but I think the open drains give you a lot more flexibility and actually form part and parcel of the Rotorua landscape. It's better for self-cleaning, and quality control, of the rainfall. We've got 9 streams and we've got a number of catchments, and most of our pipes are basically concrete pipe materials, and generally they're in good capacity, but they've got a limited capacity to manage, all kinds of events. The dollar terms for that, as you know, as I said earlier, with all this, stormwater master plan, we're spending close to about $100 million of capital into that. 85% of that, plus 15, is coming from the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. We've got the $15 million to the east from the CAP funds too. But the current replacement value for our stormwater assets is about 250, with a new valuation probably be approaching $300 million. We're spending about $2.2 million a year in general maintenance and operations. It's not a significant amount. And we've got a renewal budget of about $3.3 million per annum, and obviously we've got the corporate support services. So the total investment in stormwater is about $6.97 million per annum. Now, we've got cost risks, because obviously you cannot invest $100 million of capital on top and you don't incur the ongoing depreciation of the operational maintenance levels for that. And I want to sort of bring to your attention a recent outcome of the Hawke's Bay investigation of the Gabriel, flooding, the Gabriel storm flooding. It's been one of the, there are many outcomes, planning, trigger levels, alert levels, and so on. But one of the outcomes of that investigation is that the Hastings District Council has built a number of attenuation areas or storage areas over the years. And also they were responsible for, unlike in our case with the regional council, responsible for the ongoing maintenance of streams, and channels, towards, towards the sea. And the assessment indicates that they failed to do regular, systematic maintenance of those storage areas and the streams. And that's what I'm saying. If you're going to spend $100 million over the next 7 years, then we need to make allowance for our ongoing maintenance and management of that. Otherwise, we're going to have an asset there that is not properly serviced. Again, as I said, the additional stormwater assets and costs will require future operational renewals. We've got infrastructure acceleration funds and maintenance. I've got consenting conditions are becoming stricter, and obviously community expectations, seeing what's happening around them in various areas, Gisborne, Eastern Bay of Plenty, Hawke's Bay, Wellington, down south, north south, Coromandel. The community at the moment, they have an expectation that we will be taking steps to protect them from the climate change and the increasing rainfall events. And that's my reading by dealing with many, many people on a daily basis. And obviously we've got land development, and land development regulations require that we have enabling infrastructure to allow it to take place. So we've got cost pressures in terms of new regulations. Obviously, we tried our best to take cultural impacts considerations and consent conditions in our design processes. We recognize the affordability of the schemes becoming tighter going in the future. And of course, we've got a risk now of climate change escalations and the effects of private networks. I noted earlier that 90% of the urban side are private properties. And it's quite easy for a lot of people to say, well, let's put some regulations and make people pay a lot of money to the improvements of their system. But if we are concerned about affordability, then imposing to an average property owner $4,000 or $5,000 to do some additional drainage works in their property, then you have to consider what's the best option for that. Again, we're having ongoing risks as a regulatory authority to manage our abatement notices, health risks, water quality. We've got a future development strategy that we need to enable through these works. We've got emerging contaminants. We are not fully on top of that at this point in time. We don't really know the effects of microplastics and debris into our water channels, and we really need to understand a bit more about that, and we need to create processes to manage it as we can. We need to have safe access to discharge points and obviously to minimize the flood risk by managing demand through attenuation and so on. And again, the level of lakes and the level of maintenance in the streams are not really directly our responsibility, but we really need to influence our partners to do more in that direction. Again, you will see that the future actions ahead of you is going to be continue to deliver the Stormwater Master Plan. We make sure that we have our comprehensive stormwater resource consent conditions understood and factor into our long-term infrastructure strategy. We don't know what's happening with rewaters reforms and the future planning requirements for that. And obviously, as we have more and more land development, and anticipate, let's say, 10,000 houses in the next 10, 20 years, question is that who carries that cost for that demand on the system, the average ratepayer or the development, the developer. And these are policy decisions that need to be factored into your LTP, and we take it from there. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit, so but I think that's the end of it. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavros. It's probably quite a good time to stop so you can have a bit of a break. That was a very helpful presentation. It was certainly great to see the catchment-wide impacts of our geology and geography, which impact onto our stormwater, and how it is going to be so critical that we work in collaboration with our Bay of Plenty Regional Council colleagues and others to get a working group that really addresses some of these catchment-wide issues that we're going to be facing going forward. I'd just like to ask if the councillors have any questions. Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thank you, Stavros, for your report. I noted one of the diagrams which showed the Utahina with, I think it was 70% rural and 30% urban. So that 70% of the rural, who actually has responsibility for that? Is that the farmer? Is it Bay of Plenty Regional Council, or is it us?
Well, the catchment that contributes into the Utahina stream is, you're right, 70% is rural. Now, the general approach at this point in time, especially by the regulatory function of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, in saying, well, we don't want any additional runoff from land developing the urban side. It was only 30% of the catchments. But we argue that in the rural side, you can create banding and attenuation works in collaboration with the farm owners and whoever is the rural farm owners are, to actually reduce and attenuate a lot easier than in the urban side. In the urban side, we've got reduced space, to do that. So the regional council and ourselves have to work through this out. We cannot compel rural land owners to do that work. The regional council is responsible for rivers and streams management and the whole host of legislation, and therefore we need to work with them to ask the question. We agree to the objective, yes, wood is a more cost-effective, easier thing to do rather than actually doing something else, and that's what we need to continue to do.
So we have some sort of working group that is looking at that. Fantastic. And carrying on from that, just one further carrying on from that, I understand there was a meeting while I was away on bereavement at the Springfield Golf Club regarding the potential for attenuation ponds on that golf course. But one of the things that was raised was you talked about dredging the Utahina by 2 metres from State Highway 5 to the mouth of the Utahina, but my understanding that actually was considered for from the Springfield Road Bridge right through. Is that changed or is that not true?
No, sorry. Yes, as I said earlier, there are a couple of areas that is a need for the Utahina stream to have a ongoing and effective maintenance regime. I showed you the pictures of the Ngonogodaha stream. Some people would argue that there was nothing wrong with the maintenance earlier, but if you see the picture to the left and the picture to the right, you say, well, what's the difference? Okay? So if you, those of you who live around the Utahina, you walk up Utahina or cycle Utahina, you'll find fallen trees, side slipping, debris into that, and I'm very convinced that a more effective maintenance regime the Utahina stream needs to take place. Same time, we've got a dredging potential. That's a significant engineering work that needs to take place, but that should not be this or that. It's got to be both. At the same time, we're spending millions of dollars into attenuation, Linden Park, and we'll do more work in that respect. And if we do more work in the rural side, then the combined collective impact of that, it buys us better risk mitigation eventually, and less demand or limited space, for other activities. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Mayor Tapsell and then Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Stavros, for the presentation on stormwater services. As we can see, it's a very important part of the investment that we put into the community, but also to protect not only homes but lives at the risk of flooding. So I was going to ask about the Utahina River as well, but I'll leave that one there. The other question I had was around the Oho Channel that you mentioned, and that in its current capacity, it's not enough. So more needs to be done to discharge this faster. Now, we know that the Lake Rotorua levels have been higher, or have been incredibly high, past what they're consented to be for quite some time. That's causing significant amount of damage to public facilities and also to private properties around the lake. So at what stage do we push this with urgency to look at the Oho Channel, and then will remedial works there cause any adverse impacts to those in that community or downstream? I know that that has been one of the responses that have come back on why we're not progressing with Oho Channel, but I just think it's of such urgency that we do something now, because our lake levels are just going to continue to be an issue, costing millions of dollars to Rotorua residents.
Thank you, Your Worship. We having, I think, the first inaugural meeting of the Working Party on the 27th of October, which includes Regional Council, ourselves, representatives for EUE and Rotorua Lakes Trust, to start having conversations. I think sometimes we do need to recognize that everything you do is got some impact somewhere, and I think the question here is that if we do something on the Oho Channel, it will affect some people. But that's not the question. The question is that, is it satisfactory and effective for the outflows of the lake to remain as they are? Bearing in mind climate change, it might not be significant works in the Oho Channel. It might be automation of the Oho Channel management. It might be slightly deepening of the Oho Channel. It might be an offshoot, from the Oho Channel. We need to be cognizant of the sensitivities of people, but the fundamental question that a working party has to ask, what is the problem? What are you trying to address? And then try to map all the constraints addressing that. People say nothing can be done because some people will object to that. Well, they'll object because there will be an impact onto them. Might be other ways to address to achieve the same outcome by lessening that impact. So let us go work through the process and we get there.
Thank you. Councillor Kiriopa.
about the microphone, not Rame. Thanks for your presentation, Stavros. I agree with the what you've added regarding climate resilience adaptation, which is more than just hard engineering. It also includes identifying sites for detention dams. What I'm interested in is your stormwater master plan. You allocated, you identified it would cost around $100 million. Underneath that, I didn't see anything that helped me to understand how the resourcing would be balanced. And I'm talking about the funding that you're proposing is allocated towards your proposed pipe systems, how that's balanced against what I've raised a number of times, that the communities most impacted potentially are asking for, and that is those communities are wanting restoration but needing funding and project management support from both councils to enable partnerships to get the work done, and the work I'm talking about is the replanting of catchments, because there's kilometres of tributaries that are neglected and eroding throughout the city. And also policies that require developers to hold water on site for any new developments, as well as policies that support the retrofitting of homes, businesses and city infrastructure to hold water on site as well. So my question is, with the $100 million, how is that being balanced between the hard engineering that you're proposing and the other climate resilience adaptation that the community is actually asking for?
Thank you, Councillor Kirioba, and my apologies. You're right, and in some respects, some other respects, I think probably it's my fault. I have not been very clear about it. When we're talking about stormwater master plan, yes, some of it involves the attenuation dams. It's engineering components. But as I said earlier, we're doing some work at this point in time, and I feel very strongly about streams like a Utahina all the way up, which needs restoration, it needs replanting, riparian planting, debris arrest, so all these bits and pieces, that we need to collaborate with the community. So that IAF funding is not really immune or toxic or allergic to that. So we are able to use that funds to improvements to the channel. So we're doing some hydraulic modelling at the moment, because I really want to convince my partners in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council about the hydraulic efficacy of improving the channel. And if we have an agreement to that, then concurrent with that, we need to do the qualitative improvement to the Utahina channel. At that point in time, the IAF, out of the $100 million, can use money for riparian planning, cleaning, maintenance, improvement works and so on, because it will achieve the same kind of, or will contribute to the same kind of outcome. So please don't take into consideration that all that $100 million is just concrete. It's not. It's just, it's able to be used for a whole range of other, of other supporting activities, to that effect. And we certainly will do that.
A supplementary question. I also asked about the policies, potential for policies that require on-site retention of water as well to help the situation.
Yeah. Sorry, I think that relates to greenfield development. For example, okay, every greenfield resource consent application, they need to demonstrate and how they're going to retain stormwater to the level that does not produce downstream effects. And that is part and parcel of JP's work in terms of the FTS, the developing of the statutory tools, the planning tools behind that. There are some areas where it makes sense to have some localized collection systems like soakage pits and so on, or existing properties, although it's got limited function because they're only good for a certain type of rain. But new land development has to demonstrate stormwater attenuation on their side to the level that is better than the pre-development site. So the rules are already there and can be done.
Thank you, Stavros. Yes, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Timos, I always appreciate and I've seen the presentation a few times now, and each time. So one of the first questions I got is, what progress have we made other than what you've shown us a little bit now? But it's also, what are the other options on the storage dams? Or because I think that is important, being able to hold some of that back in some of the adverse weather before it hits the stream. Down it goes, and and hurts the people at the bottom.
Yeah, again, sort of within the urban sites, we try to identify areas where is large space. The Linden Park initially anticipated 2 storage areas, the west and the east side. And then in the progress of doing a feasibility study, we identified that if a report came to you, about a year ago, which says we can do improvements to the Linden Park East that would more than double the attenuation there, and so we don't need to the west side. So these are optimization studies we continue to do. Wright Park was supposed to be another attenuation, but we're finding at the moment that the geology behind underneath it is not as as robust as required. So on the Morris Street on Wharenui side, we're doing this work, and this large attenuation works down there. And we'll continue to explore the possibilities around the stadium, for example. We talked about the Springfield Golf Club. Again, I don't want to preempt things, but there's no reason why a golf club and some attenuation provision cannot be done and live concurrently, happily with each other at the same time. So, but we have to do all this detailed investigation works to get to that stage. Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you.
The other one was on, you touched on one of your points there was some external funding. Are you meaning regional council, or there are other options and avenues, perhaps out of central government, we can get more for those projects like what we've just been talking about?
Well, we've got a Crown Infrastructure Acceleration Fund that have dedicated $85 million to that already. We have $15 million on top of that for the eastern side, the Morris Street Dams, funded by the Crown Infrastructure Plan. The other element I've said is, it's a matter of policy decision, is that if we want to do more work in some areas as a result of land development, then we obviously got a development contributions policy. You need to consider what is the fair balance between a general ratepayer and the land development. See, these are options of mix, and I'm sure with the new government, we're going to have access to resiliency funds, and we'll do everything we can to secure more funding for that respect.
Thank you, Stavros. With that, I'd just like to thank you all for your questions and comments. And to Councillor Patterson's point about the rural catchment and bunding, there's quite a lot of good work going on up in the higher reaches with many farmers building bunds and those kinds of things and planting. So the work is starting to happen. I'd also just like to allude to the other catchment area that we haven't touched on today, and that's the Waikato. And that's in the southern region of our district. It's a significant catchment area, which also flows into the Waikato River, obviously, and again has similar challenges to what this catchment does too, around the levels of the river and the back filling up in the streams when there is high rain events. So again, that requires a approach that's collaborative between us and the Waikato Regional Council too, I believe. Anyways, if there's no further questions, we will move on to the next item. Thank you, Stavros, for that presentation. And we are going to move on to item 6.2, which is a civil defence and emergency management legislation, role, structure and audit results. This is an update on page 26 of your agenda, councillors. I'd like to ask for a mover and a second to receive the report, Civil Defence and Emergency Management Legislation, Role, Structure and Audit Results be received. Can I have Mayor Tapsell, Councillor Kaiwhong, all those in favour please say aye. Against? Carried, thank you. And I'd like to welcome Bruce Horn
Sorry, have to.
and Stavros again. Nice to see you back, Stavros. I'll let you go ahead with your report, and then afterwards the councillors can ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I meant to welcome Linda as well,
Linda,
sitting over there in the back.
Linda.
Did you want to come over as well?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Just to introduce, there are only two full-time equivalents for civil defence, that's Bruce Horn and Linda Johnson. Bruce has got an extensive history in, experience in emergency management as an ex-police commander, but also a very competent, civil defence, officer, and Linda, a background to general, health, services, public health, but also a significant inroad into community networking and welfare systems. I'll come back to their key functions as earlier. And again, can I say that having said what I said earlier about the stormwater management, it brings us to question, what happens when everything fails? Then that's where emergency management kicks in. It's civil defence and emergency management are two different things. Civil defence is actually an approach where all of us need to develop the attitude that we are resilient. You can't structure resiliency on an individual simply by building forts around them or defending lives around them. We have to become resilient as individuals, and therefore the things we do are simply there to reinforce what we already should be as resilient, because it's quite easy to expect that someone else or something else or some other organization, some other power that be will lift you up from in face of an emergency if you are not ready to face it yourself. So the two concepts of civil defense and emergency management is that you do everything you can to build your resilience, but at the same time you recognize that nothing ever works all the time, and therefore occasionally you have an emergency. We've got lots of examples: earthquakes, floods, volcanoes, and so on. And obviously how we manage that and the purpose of this, your responsibilities under the statute and the legislation are really embedded into these kind of processes. So there is no civil defense organization. There is nothing, there's no secret army or reserve army sitting anywhere. Civil defense and emergency management basically is a community of agencies and groups that we come together following an event and say, what's the best way to collaborate to address that emerging event involves principally the community itself. And the community, I hear you and I hear our community constantly talking about the community, and the community got sub-communities, and each sub-community got subgroups of the communities. They form networks of resilient communities. So when I say the community, I mean all those groups, working together. We've got the utility companies, our transport side, the water supplies, the telecommunications, our power supplies. We've got the welfare services, hospitals, animal welfare, and so on, then come together. And of course, the ambulances, the fire services, the police, these are our emergency services. That is what civil defense is, and we are part of that. And of course, we rely heavily on local central government direction in some respects, but ultimately for our local emergency management and civil defense procedures, as Jack Nicholson said, we are it. We are the local community, and that's we need to recognize that, because by our actions and our planning and our responses and our integration, we achieve a good civil defense. Again, there are some whole truths. Obviously, in New Zealand, it's an extremely hazardous, environment. This piece of land came out of the water 550 million years ago. 300 million years ago, it started developing plants and vegetation, and many million years later, we have humans coming onto that, that process. But the geotectonic tectonic activity that's happening in terms of the of geology and our exposed environment has always been there, it will continue to be there. We also need to recognize no matter how good our infrastructure is, it will fail at some point in time. And again, it's not always about building bigger and stronger infrastructure. It's about, most of the time, it's about making operational changes. Proactive maintenance, many times, is a lot more important than actually reactive building something stronger. And as I said earlier, if you look into Queenstown, a proactive risk identification probably would have avoided them having to rush in now and find $30 million to build a process, to treat their water. Again, it's quite important for us to recognize not just what's happening immediately, but also gradually emerging. And again, in our particular example, Rotorua, we live around a caldera. The caldera effect, it may mean one day that we'll start noticing differences, ground elevations, the bubbling and geothermal activity, and those things might not materialize into an overnight explosion, might be a gradual process where we have to adjust, to ground deformation and other physical events. So we need to be cognizant of that. So again, it's important also not to get overly panicked about it, because otherwise none of us will sleep ever. We need to be aware, we need to do the best we can, we need to link our communities, but at the same time, we need to find a balanced approach. Again, this is not scaremongering. We are to the left, on the Australian plate, the Pacific plate is on to the right, and we're starting that kind of competition between two titanic plates that fight each other all the time, and we have the effects which create both geological effects, but also have weather patterns effects too. And again, we need to be cognizant of these areas. Again, a typical example in recent memory, the Christchurch Canterbury earthquake. I think it's a significant traumatic event for the whole country, and 180 deaths, significant numbers of buildings destroyed, houses in the thousands damaged, significant impact on our GDP, ground effects, and obviously the effects of infrastructure. And again, we are an infrastructure utility operator. Just a quick demonstration only on the effect on our water mains. Some over 1,600 repairs had to be done in a hurry. Because again, as a TLA, in an emergency event, we'll be asked, when is my water supply coming back? When am I going to have a bath again? When am I going to have my cooking amenities? And when I get 1,500 ruptures in the water supply in a few seconds of shake, then you better have a plan to restore it. So obviously, these are the things we need to be cognizant of. Again, flooding, HCAM, again in the recent memory, or in 2017, I think it was, 2017, embankment failed. You can argue any way you want why it failed, why it should have failed or not, but the reality, it did fail. And then you have to mobilize immediately to address that kind of scenario. Again, all our approaches for civil defense rely on the 4 Rs. We take actions both at our planning, regulatory, and infrastructure levels to reduce as much risk, reduce risk as much we are able to. We take actions to be ready, recognizing an event will take place. We need to be able to respond to that event as best as we can, and we need to be able to help the community to recover from the event as soon as we can. Our reduction activities relies again on the fact that we do not need all our infrastructure or our utilities to be at the strongest point. We need to identify our critical components and use the appropriate materials to enhance their resilience. We need to make sure that we have identified the pinch factors, and when I talk sometimes in our infrastructure strategy about critical parts like our sewage system, treatment plants, rising mains, pump stations, They need to be at the strongest point. Everything else can be repaired in a faster level. And again, readiness, we have to work together with other agencies, sister agencies, and the community to create a network of responders, of readiness that will help each other. And again, it's a statement of fact that in a major event like a flood or an earthquake or a volcanic eruption or an explosion or whatever, that's man-made, 90% of the rescues happen by your neighbor. It's not happened by the emergency services. It's your neighbor and the people you know that rescues you, help you, to move away from the danger zone. And therefore, that kind of community readiness is very important. A response is based on our emergency operation coordinator. And again, if we activate our emergency coordination center, we set ourselves a set of priorities. And these are listed up there: preserve life, prevent the escalation of the emergency, maintain law and order, care for the sick and the injured and most vulnerable, provide essential critical services as much as possible, protect our assets and public and community assets, protect our natural and physical resources as best as we can, and preserve as best as we can economic and social activity. When we activate our emergency operations center, then the controller has that responsibility. That's his or her objectives to adhere to this kind of outcomes. And recovery, again, we bring everything together. Everything can bear together, both from utilities, emergency services, community leaders, community welfare systems, and so on, to help the community get back on their feet again and become better. Actually, that way, build back better. It's an opportunity. It's a risk, but it's also an opportunity to ask yourself, can we do something better than we used to do? Now, all these sort of parameters are governed by legislation. And territorial local authorities like ourselves, we have to comply with that. We are required to engage in this for us, and we are. We've got planning, district planning, we've got infrastructure planning, we've got emergency processes and so on. We have be a member of a civil defense group, which we are, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, or the Bay of Plenty, not the Regional Council. The Regional Council is just another member of the group. We have to follow governance structures, the Joint Committee and the Chief Executive's Coordinated Committee, and I will explain what they mean later on. And obviously, it's a requirement for every TLA to be able to establish and mobilize and stand up an emergency operations center to deal with the response. These are statutory responsibilities we've got, are not optional. You, as a governance body, have the legal obligation to comply with that law. At the regional level, we've got the Emergency Management Bay of Plenty, which is a voluntary shared service, which is helping the whole Bay of Plenty Regional Council. It's hosted by the Bay of Plenty Regional Council for practical, rational reasons, but it's not really the Regional Council. It is there to provide oversight and regional coordination, and performs the relevant legislative responsibilities of reporting back and forth with the government, and supports and coordinates regional training for consistency. Our responsibilities, it's a local civil defense. We are responsible for Rotorua district, but also if we get asked, we go and help other people. We recruit and train our own staff for local EOC, noting that we're only employing 2 full-time equivalents of civil defense. These are 2 people next to me. Everyone else, including myself, we are part-timers. We do a day job, and when we have to, we have our phones next to us or our mobilization activities, and we get together and form a new organizational structure called the Emergency Operations Center. And the chief executive there is the controller. And, chief executive, that's the chief executive at that point in time. But this is what we do in events. So it is our responsibility to do that, and obviously we need to continue to work with our communities in that aspect. Again, we have a declaration of an emergency. There are various stipulated processes. A national state of emergency can be declared by the minister. The regional level, the chair of joint committee or a nominated member of that committee. The local state of emergency and nominated elected representative, generally the mayor or the deputy mayor, or if for any reason they are not here, they can say, well, the chair of the INE committee can declare an emergency. Controllers are there to provide an advice to elected officials and lead the emergency response. It's their job to, and again, we call them controllers, but really basically they become the chief executives of managing that response, because you have a new organizational structure called the Emergency Operations Center. But their job is to interface between the elected members, continue to inform the elected members of the key risks, the intelligence, the effects, the action plan, who's going to be affected, and you want the controller to operate with your elected leadership in a seamless way, because ultimately the elected leadership is the elected community leadership and not a controller. And I've said, I think that's, yeah, it's quite important to, when you get into a declaration of emergency, to convey the message that we know what's going on. We don't have all the facts yet in place, but we are ready and working towards addressing that. Confidence is an important part. Now, the organization obviously needs to continue to do other things. Although we are drawing from the organization about 1/3 of its staff, or 100 staff, got trained at this point in time, the rest of the organization needs to do financial services, communication services, planning services, dog control services, infrastructure services. All these things need to continue to be there, and therefore there's a crisis management team formed by the executive team usually of the organization that works in alignment with a controller, and obviously the controller manages the priorities of responses in line with its with the agreements you've got with the leadership and the crisis management team to make sure you have a coordinated approach to that. This is, excuse me, when the Emergency Operations Center is mobilized and activated, this is the structure of the Emergency Operations Center. It comprises unique activities, is based on the Coordinated Incident Management System. It's a command structure. It assigns the response intelligence, planning, operations, logistics, public information system, and welfare responsibilities to key people. And then the controller and the various other assistants in that respect ensure that all these areas are following a strict action plan with agreed priorities. And of course, what's happening in Rotorua, for example, it needs to be aligned with what's happening in the region. We need to have coordination with the regional approaches here too. Now, the SIMS framework, it's been there for many, many years. It provides flexibility and unity at the front, and also provides some consistency definitions and terms. It's responsible to ensure coordination, and obviously you have there with you with a controller, the potential recovery manager, because when you finish your emergency response, you need to start immediately recover and rebuild, what you have there too. Our Emergency Operations Center here is managed on an ongoing basis by those two FTs next to me. And we have, as I said earlier, about 100 of our staff are fully trained and ready to be mobilized. Again, we don't stop training. We have technical qualification and technical competencies we need to address and need to achieve, and all these 100 staff give their time to continue to do that. None of these 100 staff get paid any extra for that work. They are there available to do that work when and if required, all the time. Obviously, if we mobilize a EOC, it's got an impact on business as usual, and we try to make sure that we have the business continuity plans in place, that we don't starve the rest of the organization of this, for the business as usual capabilities. We had in the 23 audit reports identified some areas that for improvements, and we are always welcoming audit reports, because if you don't get an audit's corrective action, that means they haven't looked very hard enough, and it's quite important for us to find this and recognize them and work them. Mainly it was about the allocation of technology and equipment. As emergency operators, we always want more and more and more of the equipment, but the reality, if tomorrow our cell phones and our telephones, our computers are not working, we still have to mount a response, and we'll find ways to address it without all the technology in our hands. We don't have a dedicated emergency operations center. Large communities like Tauranga, Wellington, Auckland, they've got dedicated centers and they employ dedicated people for that. We'd be nice one day to have it and combine one with the police and the fire service and the health services, and that's something perhaps we need to work for the future. Again, there is a bill at the moment that's going to Parliament, and that basically tries to retrospectively address some of what the identified deficiencies on the old Act were. I assume after the elections they will pick it up again and take it from there. But primarily, it started right now recognizing and valuing the role of iwi into a joint impact assessment of what's up, following an emergency event, and also leveraging the iwi internal communications and network and approaches to leveraging community resilience. There are improvement strategies to mitigate the impact of emergency events, structures and so on. One of the things that I would like to bring to your attention is that this bill requires us as a utility operator to nominate predetermined restoration types of services. And I find that difficult to accept, because when they asked me how long, can you specify how long before you are able to restore full water supply services? My answer would be, well, what is the event? I don't know how many pipes are broken. I don't know what event was a focused event or a dispersed event. How can I predetermine? But they want us to be legally liable. If we say a water supply will be rectified within 30 days, for example, they were in breach of that legislation. And that's really unfair and unreasonable, I believe, because depending on the event, in disruption to services, will have a different magnitude, a different consequence. So just bring it to your attention, because we will push back on that respect. It will impose significant cost commitments to communities to arm plate every service you do to be able to live with this kind of legislation, legislative requirements. And again, it just tries to clarify the roles and responsibilities of bits and pieces in the emergency. Again, sorry, this is really a very pessimistic look, but unfortunately, that's what emergency management is. So just to close it off for you is that we do have legislative responsibilities, statutory responsibilities. The organization is ready. We try our best to mobilize the community and network with the community. We've got extensive networks of people. Is that the best? The answer is probably not. Probably can do better in many respects. They'll continue to work in that respect there too. And again, I want to say thank you to those two people sitting next to me, because while we are dealing with our everyday works, these people are responsible to make sure that if I give the go-ahead, mobilize the EOC, they have all the processes, documentation, the activities in place to bring in 100 people at any time on 24/7, basis, 365 days a day. So it takes a lot of preparation work there. Linda especially maintains networks with a lot of community groups, because you can't help groups unless you know who they are. Thank you very much, guys, and take any questions you may have. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Stavros, and my thanks too to Bruce and to Linda for all the work that you do. I've seen Linda in action in the rural communities, trying to rally around and get them organised to be connected for a start, and then, realising their ability to be resilient as a community. It's fantastic work. And it's also an acknowledgement I'd like to make that we've got 100 staff that are fully trained or thereabouts, or 87% of them are fully trained, which is quite a large amount compared to a lot of the other organisations in our region, so that's a real credit to our organisation and you people as well. Thank you very much. I'll just open up for questions. Mayor Tapsell.
Thank you very much, and can I echo the thanks for the work that you both do, that you all do. I just have two questions. The first one around the dedicated emergency operations centre. That sounds like a bit of a gap, but also a bit of a risk. I understand that currently, if there was to be an emergency or civil defence required, that, and is this correct, that we would just clear and make space, which, you know, will cause delays, but will also cause some disruption. So when we think about the requirement for a dedicated emergency operations centre, is that something that we need to be considering, or you would like us to consider in the long-term plan, or is it something that we would get support from elsewhere?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think my advice to elected members is that having a dedicated emergency operations centre for this organisation activities alone, it would be inefficient use of, of resources. However, what we need to do, I think, and we should be able to do, to work with sister agencies like the police, health boards, utility, and say, look, for Rotorua, can we jointly contribute to the creation of a joint operations centre, of which we can utilize or need to utilize it in a given time? And again, I'm putting my engineer's hat and my controller's hat on. If you had, I don't know, 5 million spare to do an operations centre, for example, I would say I have better ways to use it, and I'd rather to do a somewhat less convenient, EOC than actually and use the fund somewhere else. So my advice to you is that let's start influencing sister agencies to think collectively rather than everyone's have our individual EOCs, which is basically counterproductive, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just finally, a question around the Emergency Management Bill and recognising and valuing the role of iwi. That's incredibly important for us in Rotorua. I think we have about 50 different marae within the Rotorua boundaries, and we know from events elsewhere, even down in the South Island, that marae and iwi were relied on heavily in times of emergency. So is that something I think that you do, Linda? Do we have and continue to update the responsiveness of iwi and hapu as well?
The last couple of years we've been doing a lot of work, and Hemi Waria has been helping us as a contractor to through his networks, and we've been running, there was a slide of one that we've been running, engaging, and Hemi's also been doing some great work raising funds for the different marae. There's a project ongoing at the moment which is being funded jointly by MSD and TPK to help build resilience, and so we're working alongside with Hemi. We're providing training to marae volunteers, but we're also looking at how we can through those different funding streams get some money to support that work. And Anita, sorry, yes, and Anita's working with us on that. She's the 0.2, if you're wondering what the 2.2 is. So a portion of Anita Morgan's role is assisting us, and that's the bit of work that she's helping out with at the moment. Thanks, Linda.
Yeah, I think just to reinforce that, there's a structural ability to support iwi engagement in the whole process. But I think also we need to recognise quite clearly that iwi social structure, it's quite unique in that, it is the rally around the marae is a centre of gravity, and obviously that gives them a good connecting network in the whole process. So our job is to say, what do you need to do more to be more effective in that respect? We should not supplement iwi's existing cultural and social structures. All we are there to do is how can we help you to do it, more actively in the event of an emergency, and doing everything we can to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you very much. I'm glad, and I support Mayor Tapsell's comments regarding the recognising and valuing the role of iwi. I think And I agree that it's important that we recognise that iwi have played a role in emergency management in every natural disaster since the time of the Tarawera eruption, including the Christchurch and Kaikoura earthquakes and Edgecombe floods, which you've already highlighted. And even on the East Coast, we saw that it was our young men plucking whānau off rooftops via a motorised dinghy on the East Coast. I just want to highlight that, and I know that you're aware of this research. Results from research undertaken by Te Aroha researchers last year showed that while about 2/3 of our marae in Rotorua have on-site water storage, 94% of our marae are lacking in backup forms of power. It also showed our marae are capable of hosting between 70 and 300 people, with more than half confident they could accommodate more in a crisis, and often become spontaneous communal safety epicentres during natural hazard events. Despite this, though, only 2 Te Aroha marae are civil defence centres. More than 80% are unaware of the civil defence management plan for their region. I know Hemi's doing a little bit of work on that, and none of the marae receive emergency safety resources from either council or government. My question is this: I'm interested in the Bay of Plenty review findings outlined within the presentation which was given to the CDEM, which Sandra shared with us, which identified iwi relationships as a strength and connection with iwi and pre-agreed financial support as an innovation. Can you point me in the right direction as to where I can find out more about who specifically is involved on behalf of Te Aroha Hapu and iwi, and what connection with iwi and pre-agreed financial support actually looks like, please?
Yeah, I think just, I think the MBOP, emergency, Bay of Plenty, group undertaking that work, and we make a contribution to that. Now, we do have some funding available for some of the needs, of marae or the marae committees and so on. But again, I have to say, at a personal level, I do not support the equipment of marae with permanent equipment, to be there, which may or may not be used. I would like to recognise marae and other activities around these areas that they need resources on a particular event, and we give them all the support they need. The important thing for us is actually to know who we're talking to, who are the representatives of a particular hapu or a particular iwi setting. Otherwise, we tend to set up alternative physical structures in place that need ongoing maintenance and management, and that becomes very difficult to navigate through. Having said that, Linda and Bruce can navigate through the MBOP, the Emergency Bay of Plenty Regional Council, because they are setting a new structure there to assist with iwi collaboration and iwi resourcing. I don't have the full details in front of me at this point in time, but we can work with that. Remember, we are the group. We are part of that. We contribute to that. It's not that the Regional Council paying for it. You are part of that group. We just have a shared service called MBOP, and we work with them to create this kind of collaboration with iwi, a plan, to manage that. And we'll identify what resources are needed.
And just adding to that, a lot of that is about communication. And some of these reports I see myself and I'm looking at them thinking, hang on, where is some of that coming from? Or who exactly are you talking about? And a frustration for us for a number of years has been trying to improve engagement and finding the right people to talk to. And part of the problem is that you've got a lot of people, particularly on the marae committee, are already burdened down and actually just you're competing for their time. And so I've been really relieved over the last little while since Hemi's been engaged that we've been able to break through some of those barriers and now cutting through with some of that engagement. But it's a very large network, and you've got a lot of people to try and engage with and get the message across. And anything like this is, and a struggle all across the world is that people tend not to engage on things around civil defence and emergency management until they have an emergency, and then it suddenly becomes top of mind. And when things aren't happening, it's quite hard to get people's attention when you're competing with a whole lot of other things that are going on for them. So that is actually part of the problem. But having said that, things are changing with climate change because people are now having these events more regularly. People are starting to realise that actually we do need to be more engaged on this, and that's helping the level of engagement with us and other agencies and having a conversation about what needs to be done.
Just clarify then, is there anybody I can talk to about the Bay of Plenty review findings, like who put that together, that I might be able to ask where they may have got some of that information from?
That would be Stace at Emergency Management Bay of Plenty, and I can sort that out with you offline. Yep.
Is that okay? Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, all three of you, for all the work that's going on in this space. And I'd also like to acknowledge the work, the contribution that marae and local iwi provide as well. And having heard firsthand from a lot of the efforts around the country when they're hit with natural disasters, marae are often the first ones that open their doors and act as centres and refuges as to deal with those incidents. I guess my question kind of around not really around the immediate response, because I know the first 48 to 72 hours is quite hectic. It's after that, I guess, the recovery, because for the response, there'll be a lot of attention. There'll be, rightly so, a lot of attention, possibly locally, regionally, nationally. There will be those resources put in to deal with that, but around the recovery, and I'm kind of coming from the philanthropy side as well, and the work, or if there's any work going on to help connect any funders and community organisations to help prepare for that recovery period, so that we ensure that we're not just heavily concentrated in the immediate short term, but also making sure that our community is being looked after in the longer term after that, whatever natural disaster that might have been.
Now, and it has done in terms of recent workshops that we've been having with DIA and RECT, Bay of Plenty Trust, etc., looking at opportunities, and this might help Councillor Kiriopa, to opportunities to engage with these funding providers and to receive funding that's shared with marae and shared with other community groups, working with MSD in terms of funding emergency kai coordination. All of that work happens now before recovery, and with those relationships and existing funding streams and the ability to enhance those streams, expand, in terms of need during a response and following into recovery. Help.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your report. A really important subject, given especially after what I saw down at the LGNZ conference. Was lucky enough to go along to a luncheon run by Christchurch City Council, and they gave us their insights into what they had to deal with after the earthquake, and then Australian and the struggles that they had. One thing that stood out to me, and I tautoko what some of my fellow councillors have said about the marae that we have here, that to me seems to be an advantage that we have that no other country has. No other country has what we have with the connection with our local iwi and our hapu. Their marae, to me, seem like an asset that we should be maximising, and if, in my opinion, just personally, if we had to find funding sources to improve their facilities to cope with this, it's better to be prepared than to have to all go, gee, I wish we had that in place now. So if there's anything that can be done, and the funding agencies obviously is another way of getting access to that, then I would totally support that. Because one thing that we don't want is to be left sitting here going, gee, we talked about that and didn't do anything about it. So I talk all the comments that have been made about our iwi partners. The other thing, taking that a step further, would I be correct in saying that a more cohesive, more connected community would be far more likely to cope with a pretty serious civil defence emergency than one who basically doesn't even know their neighbour? Would that be a fair assumption?
The answer is absolutely yes. I think the reality, and I think the old literature clearly indicates that wealthy communities can recover faster in terms of material wealth to rebuild things. But even more impoverished communities who have more sense of community, between themselves, might not have the material wealth to build things, but they have a mutual support, ability, and which make them more resilient. So, yep, answer is yes, I'm right.
Yes. So I guess you could say that it would be a responsibility of council to ensure that our people are more connected, so that when the times do get tough, we're able to stand together and cope with these crises.
Yeah, no one can argue against that, Councillor Patterson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Oh, yes, Councillor Patterson.
One other question. One of the focuses of that presentation by Christchurch City Council was their connection with Amazon Web Services. They've created a technology-based platform utilising both AI and hardware to predict after an earthquake where the most dangerous and most damaged parts are of their city instantly. It's a little box about the size of a shoebox, and they've had it put through all of their traffic control, their light control boxes, council buildings, etc. About 250 of them across the city, so that they know if, when an earthquake happens, which buildings are likely to be needed to be evacuated immediately, and which ones they could probably leave till last, so that it helps them with prioritising their areas. Have we given any thought to utilising AI or computers, technology, to assist us with coping with situations like that?
Can I be a bit frank about that? A model is only as good as the assumptions you throw into it. In 2012, I went and visited the Mexico City as part of the, what we call the mega cities earthquake preparation process. I don't know if you're aware of it. Mexico City's got over 24 million people. In 1986, I think there were about 26,000 people died outside a church, a cathedral. And the reason for that is that there was an American research institute that they professed that if we put money into predicting earthquakes, we can achieve early warning for the earthquake occurrence. Well, they did spend about $130 million onto it, and they were able to predict the earthquake by 20 seconds. Now, false indications were given to these people to congregate outside a major cathedral, which was surrounded by high-rising buildings, and the poor people sat in the middle of the street praying for high power to help them. And although most of them crashed by buildings, because they went to the wrong place at the wrong time. So I've got a healthy skepticism about using AI and predictive modeling. For communities like the Rotorua districts, I think if we, and I mean the collective we, elected members and officers of this organization, we're not aware of every nook and cranny in this district. I think, yes, we need some intelligence assessment to help us with some work, but I don't think we should supplant our direct responsibilities to be aware of our environment to some kind of technological solution. That's my view anyway.
Thank you. No more questions from the councillors. So I'd just like to thank you very much for your time today and also for all the work that you've been continue to do in the organisation around civil defence. You're welcome to move away. And the next part of this meeting is just acknowledging our statutory obligations as a council to be prepared for civil defence emergencies. And as you can see today, we have got some really good things in place in our council. We have many highly trained staff, we have good connections in the community, and we're continuing to work on those. And so I would like to move a motion that the committee notes the contents of the report and instructs officers to continue optimisation efforts. If I could have a seconder, Mayor Tapsell, thank you. I would throw that open to conversation or discussion if you would like. I feel that we are on a good track. We've just been audited in April. It's highlighted some areas that Stavros has alluded to, and we're working on those and have made good progress on several of the 6 points that were in your report. My perspective, I'd like to see those efforts continue, and this is why I'm supporting this motion. Is there anyone else who would like to make some comments around that? Tapsell?
I'll just acknowledge that the work in preparation is actually really critical for how well we will respond when emergencies do occur. I feel quite confident that the staff in this organisation are really passionate and really focused on ensuring that we have the best outcome if we do suffer challenges in future.
Thank you. Are there any other points of discussion, councillors? In that case, I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. That brings us to item 6.3. I think what we'll do at this stage, it's 1 o'clock, we might take a break for lunch. Shall we allow 40 minutes? 40 minutes for that? So we'll see you back at 1:40. Thank you very much. online. We're on to 6.3 on our agenda, page 46. It's the commencement of process to revoke the reserve classification of land under the Pururu South Recreation Reserve, and a decision is required here. I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder that the report commence the process to revoke the reserve classification of land under Pururu South Recreation Reserve be received. Councillor Kaifong and Councillor Waru, beg your pardon, Councillor Wang. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And I'd like to invite Rob to overview the report, please.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Recording in progress.
If we could go to the earlier image, please, the one prior to that. What I like to do, I take the report pretty much as read. I will just highlight a few pertinent issues, and just with a couple of slides to put a bit of context on it. The Pururu South Recreation Reserve, in that previous image, sorry, I'll go back. Okay, the Pururu South Recreation Reserve is that reserve circled in the image there. As you'll see, it is actually only 437 square metres, so it's basically a section on Rotorua Road, pretty much across from the entrance to the aquatic centre. Ngāti Kiaroa, Ngāti Tuara were the owners of this area, and they gifted the Pururu South Reserve to Council for use as a playground. And Mr. Pat Ruhi, a senior kaumātua of Ngāti Kiaroa, Ngāti Tuara, gifted the Pururu North Reserve to Council back in 1964, and it had the locally built tennis courts at the time. Now, the Council in 2002 signed a heads of agreement with the Tirurunga o Ngāti Kiaroa, Ngāti Tuara and Te Paiaka Lands Trust. And the heads of agreement that was signed then has a number of identified sites of cultural significance, which include the Karamu Takenga Springs, being the source of the Council's central urban water supply, and these Pururu North and South reserves. Now, these reserves are surrounded by Taharangi marae and also a number of homes on Māori freehold land. The head of agreement shares a commitment to working in partnership and identifies that the Council will take all steps necessary to transfer the Pururu North and South reserves as part of this partnership. Pururu North Reserve went through a reserve revocation process in 2020. So that has already had its reserve status revoked. We're now talking about that small area there. When we pan out a little bit, and you'll see it's gone into the top of the image, the reserve really has no open space value. It had a 22-year-old poorly conditioned playground on it that was removed in 2021 through a public consultation process where, in fact, I think there were only 3 or 4 submissions on it, and the submissions were basically, yep, the playground is old, it has no value, we all go across the road and play in Kurau Park. Okay, so from an open space level of service policy sort of perspective, it doesn't meet quality or function standards as holding for a piece of open space. The proximity of it to Kurau Park provides more than enough open space for the local community. So the first step in following the heads of agreement commitment that Council has is to revoke the reserve status. The process is that the Council will agree in principle or agree to revoke the status. That then goes to the Minister of Conservation, who comes back and says, yes, we agree that you can continue with the process. The process involves a public consultation, if necessary a hearing, and then a decision by the Council to go back to the Minister with a final recommendation, and the Minister makes the decision. So there are a couple of check-in points on the way through this Reserve Act process as well. So the recommendation is in the paper before you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rob. I'd also like to acknowledge Richard Lyons, one of the recreation planners in the gallery up there as well. Is there any questions for Rob? There appear to be none. Is there any from Councillor Brown? No. Thank you. Well, in that case, Rob, thank you very much for your presentation and information. You can move away if you prefer. I'd just like to ask then now for a mover and seconder for the motion in front of us, that the committee resolves to commence the process to revoke the reserve status of the council-owned Pururu South Recreation Reserve at 35 Tariwa Road, being Tariwa 7B Block, ML 19324, pursuant to Section 24 of the Reserves Act 1977. Do I have a mover or a seconder? Councillor Wang to move. Do I have a seconder? And Councillor Brown as a seconder. I now invite a round of discussion on the motion. Do any of the councillors have any comments? Would you like to?
Just a quick one to acknowledge the work that's being done, and thank you for the extensive background and history around the site, and that must be, you guys did such an amazing job that there wasn't any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Anything from anybody else? In that case, Councillor Brown, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Not really.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's great. Well, in that case, I will actually put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you very much. So I'd now like to move on to the next part of our agenda, which requires a resolution to go into public excluded. There are 3 items that we would need to consider today in this section, and the first one is the confidential minutes of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting on the 6th of September. The second is the confidential minutes of the extraordinary meeting on the 13th of September. And then the third is a contract for upgrading filtration and treatment plant at the Rotorua Aquatic Centre. And the reasons that we would need to move into confidential are to protect the information where the making available of the information would be likely to unreasonably prejudice the commercial position of the person who supplied or who is the subject of the information, and also enable any local authority holding the information to carry out without prejudice or disadvantage commercial activities. Could I ask for a mover and a seconder of the motion to move into public excluded, please? Mayor Tapsell, Councillor Kai Fong, all those in favour, please say aye. Against? That is carried. So we'll just allow time now for anyone